Hello, hello. How are you all, my loves? I hope you are all doing excellent. I'm doing great. I have had a goofy day doing some ridiculous things, which I can't wait to show you a little bit later. Summer Fox, welcome to the chat. Haven't seen you before. Hope you are excellent. Lovely to have you around. Hope you enjoy yourself. Grace, welcome. I hope you are well. I know you're not going to be around too much at the start of the stream, but I do wish you a wonderful night regardless. But yes, we're here. We're ready. We're powerful. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, we are around. We are ready. We're going to be doing some... Oh, good, you're here now? You're not watching the movie anymore? But yeah, we're going to be doing some creative building today as a bit of a debrief from our horrible death. I should tilt my camera a little bit down so you can see Maurice a little bit better. For those of you who may be new to the channel, this is Maurice. He blesses us with his wisdom, his love, and his kindness. Everyone praise Maurice. It is important. But yeah, we lost our hardcore world last time. In a very unsatisfying way. We just failed to jump in the water while trying to jump down from a large hill, which was very unsatisfying. We just clipped a block. But we died, which is a very disappointing thing. But we're just going to do some more work on our Gothic village transformation that we started a little while ago. I did a little bit of stuff today on it, just tweaking that last tree we built because I wasn't a big fan of it, and I like it a bit better now, as well as I took some screenshots and all the like. But first, I have something very, very, very important to show you. Something that affects all of us, deep in our hearts. But yes, our chocolate beans will forever be lost to us now that the hardcore world is no more. And I could never, ever be sadder. Thank you very much to Bubbles, who just randomly came out to me today with this printed out to give to me. It was really funny. And I had a really, really goofy day putting together that memoriam, that's the one. Memoriam for chocolate beans. I had a great time doing that. It was really fun. It was so funny. But we're all here. Memorial, not really. Memorandum, I think, is more the thing, because memorial is like a service or a statue, whereas like the video, I think, is like the memorandum. But yes, we're here, we're ready. Now, as always, I want us all to start and think about today. I hope you all had a wonderful day. I want you all to think about one thing that made you smile. You don't have to tell me. Just to start off the stream with some good vibes. Doesn't have to be anything special. It could just be there was a chalky milk in the fridge ready for you. Doesn't have to be anything big. Just one thing that made you smile. But we are going to get started in just a little bit. So we have a couple polls going on our Discord. If you are not part of the Discord, I thoroughly recommend you get involved. I'm definitely planning on using a few more polls in the future. We have two going currently in the polls channel. One for our new world that will start on Monday, of whether or not we do hardcore again or if we do a regular survival world. And then we have one for tonight's stream, which is what we should do, whether we want to do a new build, landscaping, or interiors. So feel free to jump onto that Discord, over the polls, and and vote on how our world will be on Monday, but also on what we do tonight. And we'll just chill for a little bit, see if those numbers tweak too much, but honestly, I would be thoroughly surprised if we're not doing interiors tonight, considering how we've got 5 votes for interiors and none for anything else. So, but let's just jump in for the time being. And we're going to just fly around, see what we've done so far. Oh, I'm not on full screen. Let's fix that. There we go. Now you should look a lot better. Alright, so last stream, because it's been, I don't know, I think 3 weeks since we've been in this world. So last stream we did this village center for our Gothic build. And so let's just clear my inventory. Get this cobweb out of my face! Disgusting behavior. We've got this cool kind of acidic poisoned well in the middle. We've got the bells, so it counts as a proper village center. And we've got this guy hanging here having a good time. Having a good time. We're using the good old fog effect, which is just a beautiful effect. We've got a little bit of like corruption and burning from the acid, like seeping out from the well, or fountain thing. I don't think we really. I think it might have been like a wishing well kind of thing originally before it got kind of corrupted. But then we made this dead tree, and I did some tweaks on this today because I hated it. It was like another double the height, and it just didn't look very good. And I just saw that there was just a normal tree shape right here. And then I just raised this branch up by 1 so that it was a bit more dynamic and we could see that branch more. It's the wonderful thing of like coming back after you've done something and be like, now I know what I need to do to fix it more. And I'm actually much happier with how it is now, so I'm very happy with that. Then the stream before that, we worked on this Gothic blacksmith's forge and house, which I think is really cool, and this is actually kind of just a scaled down and a darker version of my house that I have on the Captain Craft server, realistically when it comes to the like shapes. It's a very similar kind of vibe, but we've got this little forge out here, as well as got this nice forge, which I quite like. Barrels, water barrel, lava barrel. We've got all of the blacksmith workstations around as well as too many barrels, so we're going to end up with far too many fishermen. And then up the tower, which obviously we have no interiors, and we're probably going to, unless something dramatic happens, we will be working on that, on interiors tonight. Whether we get to this one, I definitely want to start with the farmhouse, which was our first build. But we'll definitely try and give both the builds we've done some interior work. Hey, buddy. Which is a nice little foot overpass into the blacksmith's house. Which the blacksmith would generally be one of the more wealthy and prominent people in a village, in a town. So they would have one of the larger houses. And I'm really happy with how this turned out. I really haven't done this kind of build style before. This type of roof really, I struggled with a lot. I really struggled with this roof, but I like how it turned out. We've got a little workstation to the side here. And then, the first build we did was this little farmhouse, which I really like. It's a little less gothic, but like the rest of the town was inspired by this build. And how we got the palette for this build was I asked everyone in chat what their favorite blocks were. And we did our best to try and incorporate all of them at the time. We've added a few more over time. But now we've just kind of got our build palette set up. It's less about incorporating favorite blocks. But it was just, I went into this, I had no plans, and chat helped me figure out what we wanted to do with it. And we've got this little tree that I like, which is got a weird like combo of blocks in it, but I actually really like how it turned out. I like the slime, I like the lime grass panes and all of that. I actually really like that combo. I think it turned out really well. I'm weirdly better at making trees that use blocks as opposed to leaves, and this was a nice combo of the two that turned out pretty well. But once again, I tried to do something a lot more grand, and it was much bigger, and I did not like how it looked, and then I noticed there was just a nice little tree shape here, so I cut it all out, and we went from there. Then we have this little barn. We've got a little undercover wood area, a kind of balcony spot out here, kind of storage slash like silo watchtower thing, a nice big chimney, a garden, and we want to get some like farms and stuff. Maybe even just like a lot of things like Wither Rose farms and like a Wither Rose plantation, and maybe like beetroot and maybe netherwort, just things with like kind of darker colors and things, which I think would be really kind of nifty. And we want to get a few more trees. I'm definitely really intrigued to do something inspired by Joe Hills on the Hermitcraft server, where he covered like a bunch of trees entirely in glow lichen, and they looked really spooky. They looked really spooky and like old and like infested. It looked really, really good. So I definitely want to incorporate some of that when we get into our landscaping a bit more. But yeah, we are here, I suppose, with 5 votes to none, to do some interiors. So first thing we want to do, so let's head on over to our farmhouse, and we do have the world in peaceful mode, just so we've kind of got that. Just we're not gonna have to worry about lighting and things like that. So first thing we want to do is figure out the floors, like where the floors are gonna be, what layout we want to have. Like we probably want to have like a couple stories in here. And currently there is no link to the tower, but we can easily knock one out. Yeah. Alright. Alright, let's just clear out all that space there. No, that needs to be there. Okay. And so does that. Brilliant. So we've got access to this now, and that'll be a really good way for us to get to the different floors. Or we can just use this to be like a storage silo as well. Have like lots of like hay bales or whatever in here. But let's start with floors. Now we're going to have the floor at this level. And we're just going to have a look at this little thing of block pallets here. Now we've got as our kind of foundations block, we have the nether brick. So we want to kind of pick something that's going to go with that. We could go for the crimson. Maybe even the jungle. I'm going to turn the music down just a scary. There we go. What if we do like a crimson log floor? You can't hear music at all? Can someone else confirm that you can't hear the music? You should be able to. Can anyone else confirm that for me? Alright, so that's that. Well, then I might turn the music up there, but it's just a little bit loud for me. Is that any better, Grace? Can you hear the music now? And then, yeah, I think I want to have a floor here. But we're going to change up the floor on this one to make it look a little nicer from the underside. And we're going to grab that, and we're going to grab some Crimsiono slabs. Couldn't hear it before, only on the starting soon screen. Can you hear it now, though? Here now, it's super quiet. Yeah, it's meant to just be it's not meant to be loud. Just chilling in the background. And we'll break into here so we can... So if I just throw a slab there, that should be fine. Okay, and this allows us to easily get between the floors. Only hear it at the ding ding sing sing ding bit. Alright. Well, I don't want to turn it up anymore because it's a little bit distracting for me, but let me know, okay? Also, if it's a problem, like... Alright, now, I actually kind of like it with this, but I was planning on stripping it. I think, like, the unstripped version of this will actually work really nicely in combination with the new mangrove planks. Yeah, I like that. That's a nice floor, and we've got some nice beamage happening for us. It's a nice ceiling there. Alright, so now what we want to do... Let's just start off, we'll grab a random block that isn't going to be part of the palette. So let's just use stone. And we'll start dividing up the rooms. So first things first, let's have a bit of a thought. So we're gonna just bring up a little bit of a block here. And we're gonna grab some signs out, birch, because it stands out nicely. And we're going to think about what rooms should be in here. So we're going to want a kitchen. A bit of a living room. And feel free to chime in what rooms you think would be in a small little farmhouse like this. So we'll need a staircase to travel between them. We'll want bedrooms. But then the question is, how many bedrooms? How many people live here? Is it one man that runs all the farms? Is it a family? Is it a man, his wife, and some kids? Is it just a couple? Is it a man and a wife? Like, how many bedrooms do we want? I think this place is fairly small. It needs a cake room. We'll see if we have room. It's a bit of a small space to work with. So I reckon let's just stick with one bedroom and have them not have kids. And we'll make it a couple, husband and wife. But we'll put in a cake room on the sign. We'll want to include an outhouse for the bathroom, because they would not have a bathroom in their own house. We're not quite at that stage. One cake on the windowsill, I can do that. Alright, probably like a kind of storage area / linen closet kind of thing like that. We don't really have a spot for tool storage at the moment, so we might want to give them a shed. As well as probably a stable. Because realistically, they'd probably be using a horse to like plow the fields and stuff like that. A horse or a donkey or a mule. And so they'd need somewhere to store it. Probably want a well, because the fountain does not seem like it's a good source of getting water onto the crops. Am I missing anything major here? Anything you think we need? So that's a few rooms. So let's start out by laying some out. Most likely, the kitchen would be on the bottom floor. We do have a chimney on this build, so whereabouts around there-ish. So here. Okay. Like that. So we'd want our kitchen to be around here, because that's where the chimney is. Okay, so let's just mark off the kitchen, maybe give this much room for the kitchen. Maybe even do like that. Although maybe that could be like a kind of pantry. Maybe even bring that back one and have a 2-wide pantry. Okay. So let's go kitchen. Pantry. Then probably want... So what do we got? So this would probably be a small, maybe even just dining area. Because I reckon the living room would probably be on the 2nd floor with the bedroom. And we bring them in here. Okay. And then we can access the stairs here. And we can maybe have a little bit of storage under the stairs. Then we definitely want access to this window, and that'll probably be part of the living room. So we might just kind of split this roughly down the middle. Not that there is a middle. And then maybe do the door there. And we will go for a living space here. And a master bedroom here. Not that we're giving ourselves a massive amount of space for the master bedroom, so maybe we adjust the layout like that. Okay. And we'll start with that. We might do the shed and the stable and the well today, but we'll start with the interior. So, let's figure out our walls. We could do like some really simple and just do like dividers. So if I were to do something like this, oops. Makes corners hard though. Like that. But then we could actually use this as an entryway between them, divider between them, and we do something like that. And then maybe we also grab some crimson. Cannot land on this trapdoor. K-Dog, how are you? Hope you've had a good amount of sleep after your ridiculous stream yesterday. How long did you end up streaming for before you hit that that mighty 100? You slept great, I'm glad. It was 20 hours of streaming. Good work, man. Good work indeed. Now, how's that set up? Like that. Okay. So we're just doing some interior work in our Gothic transformation, Gothic village transformation. So we're doing some interior work on this little farmhouse here, which was our first build. But we've also done this blacksmith's house and forge, and we've done this very kind of spooky and evil kind of village center. Yeah, really happy with how they're turning out so far. This style is not really my comfort zone, so we're having fun just playing around. I'm trying out like doing like some kind of dividers as the walls like this, instead of doing like a kind of standard traditional wall design. Now I do want to remind everyone we've got a oh yeah, it's super fun. We actually, because I started this world after we were doing something and I just wasn't feeling it. And so I had this idea to do it, and I'd actually already set up a world to do a village transformation in, because I found a really cool village when I did my did an ultra hardcore challenge. And so I already had this world set up to do a village transformation. I was like, look, let's go do that. Let's do some chill building. And I had no plans going into it, so I asked everyone in chat what their favorite blocks were. And we just ended up with this cool build palette kind of going that I had. That is not something I'd really worked with before, but I'm a really, it was a really cool build. I really liked how it turned out, and then it just really evolved into this very gothic, spooky style, especially because we've got this swamp just over there that we want to kind of tie things into a little bit as well, which I'm super keen for. As a reminder to everyone, I do have a poll going on the Discord for what type of world we'll be starting on Monday, whether it is a hardcore world or a regular survival, so definitely make sure to hop over onto that Discord, and I'll quickly chuck the link in for you all. So everyone jump onto that Discord and head to the polls channel and vote on whether I should do regular survival or hardcore survival again. We survived for exactly 111 days. I think this is kind of cool. The hallway feels very kind of tight, but it's kind of cool. Yes, you died and it was sad, but most importantly, we need to once again pay tribute to chocolate beans. So, definitely 07s to the mighty chocolate beans. But yes, I kind of like this wall divider. F's also work. And it'll help give us a little bit more room in the bedroom too. Or the living area. What seems like a bigger space at the moment? I think the master bedroom feels bigger. So let's give the... the living space a little bit of a bigger space. Do 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 da dum bum bay, rum ba dum bum ba, whoop, bum ba dum dum day. Like that, and then we flip it around. Doing decorative stuff with trapdoors is always a bit finicky. And cool, that's as far as I can go on that one. And then I reckon, so one, we need to go fix that. So let's go do that in a red hot mo. Do da dum bum bay. Yeah. Get out of the chopper. You like jazz? So I spent a good amount of time in K-Dog's stream yesterday, till about 3 AM for me, and I drank a large bottle of the blood of my enemies, and I made a couple of stupid memes for his Discord, and it was really funny, and I spent way too long on it. I was doing it at like 2 in the morning, just like, no, I left at like 3:15. I just was still on the Discord at 4 when you were like, "Excuse me, why are you still awake?" Which I was like, "I can ask you the same question, Grace. We're in the same time zone." But man, just me like, just feverishly at 2 in the morning, just like making memes. You like boba? Alright, so that's that. That's right, I was up here. And then we're just gonna, I think, bring this across. So I've got a kind of border here, so it doesn't feel quite so strange. And we might just bring that across. Like that. And then, yeah, we'll do the same there. Like that? Is that how I did it? I think so, yeah. Cool. So that won't feel quite so strange. Does that need to be there? No, it doesn't. So then we can bring that border up. Okay. Alright, that is wonderbar. We've got a kind of ceiling set up, we've got some dividers, we've set what rooms we want to have. So let's just kind of work room by room. Let's start with the kitchen. So this is where our chimney is. So we'll have a, I'm thinking we'll go like a campfire here with like a cauldron on top. Because this isn't a survival thing, so we don't have to worry about and I might even grab some like deep slate, just cobbled deep slate slabs to just surround that there to give it a little bit less like it's a ridiculous gate. Gonna alert, mate. Gotta go on and work some stuff. Absolutely, man. Have a good night, day. Not sure what time it is for you over there, but thanks for the lurk. And Bubbles, thanks for the lurk too. Hope you have a wonderful night. And yeah, so that will work nicely there. What if we maybe just really kind of fireplace chimney it a bit? Because yeah, the fireplace underneath does look a little bit weird. So if we do something like that, maybe some walls like that, and then like a slab. That's kind of cool. And then if we were to grab maybe a chain like that, so you can like hook, like kind of hook something into there, that would kind of work, I think. And then we just need to kind of connect that up to make it look a little less weird. I might just do that along the whole edge of the ceiling. There we go. I think that'll look a little bit more put together and strange with the walls. Okay, but I like that. That's cute. So now we need some like bench space. I definitely want to grab some campfires because I know what I want to do here. So I'm going to grab some campfires and I'm going to grab a shovel. And we're just going to set up those like that. We're going to do you. Doing the end by yourself? Good on ya. You've come a long way as a Minecraft player in the last couple months. I'm proud of you, Grace. And we'll grab maybe some fish, some mutton, some chicken, rabbit, maybe some salmonella. What else we got? We got some beef we can cook. This is one of my favorite, like, kitchen interior decorating tricks. Just looks really good. And then we'll grab some spruce trapdoors and some spruce doors. And we're gonna do like that. And then do that. And then that's our little pantry. There we go. What if instead we made that like a chest? Can't be accessed, but it's there. Got some storage. I like that. Alright. Now we're gonna need some counter space. So let's bring up some stairs here. And let's see what we want to use. I really like andesite for countertops and stuff, so I reckon let's do that. So we're gonna do a kind of rounded countertop here. We're gonna want a kind of flipped one like that, and we'll grab a bucket of water and make that a sink. Kind of thing. I know it doesn't quite fit with the medieval kind of feel, but it's a good detail. Here for a good time, not a long time. Hope you're doing well. Why did Kittywags Lurk not work? Because he did it like immediately after you did, and there's like a 5-second cooldown. But I still saw the command regardless and was able to mention it. I mean, who's really here for a long time? I'm certainly not. I'm not even really here for a good time. Alright, and I like putting like a kind of a pressure plate down as a kind of cutting board, and then a lever represents like a kind of knife in a block pretty well. And then if we grab a item frame... Actually, no. We grab a cake. Just for you, Grace. And we can put that there. And then we might want like a little bit of an island. So if we grab this again... And we're just gonna kind of just do that. Maybe let's just go some slabs. Maybe something like that. And then we can grab maybe some just oak trapdoors for something like that. Then we've got a little island, and we can have maybe an item frame. With a pie. And let's just have a look through here, see if there's anything cool we could use to represent anything kitchen-wise. They probably need some kind of cold storage. So if we were to grab like some spruce trapdoors and maybe there's nowhere really I can put it. So let's move you. Put that there. Put you there. That there. Oops. I'm actually going to put some ice in there. And that can be their kind of cold storage, because there was a lot of like back then, like they'd have just kind of like hanging like things like near the ceiling to keep like their meats in so it wouldn't go bad. So that can be their kind of like little cold storage. Now we don't really have a space for like kitchen cabinets, so I guess that's what they've got, is that chest. It's a little cramped, but that's fine. It's kind of how I like my interiors. I wouldn't mind a painting. Just something small. Like that. To fill out the space just that little bit more. And yeah, I think I like this for our kitchen. I think it's kind of cute, it's nice. And it does the job. Might actually just make that a full... That's a stair. A full block. And then if I move the cake, that's not a cake. I move the cake there, and then we put the lever. Like that. Then we've got the knife, sink, chopping board, meat storage, our cake, our pie, our cooking area, our larder and pantry. Yeah, I like this for a little kitchen. And then I kind of want to grab just an axe. And let's just wear down the floor a little bit in spots that they would, like, stand a lot. Yeah, I like that. Alright, so now we've got a dining room to do. I love doing kitchens. I really enjoy doing kitchens. So dining room, pretty basic. We're gonna want a table. I kind of want to do something a little kind of fun with this that I don't really do a lot. And we're gonna do maybe, once again, not a massive amount of space here. And it's just a couple. So if we were to just actually do this, and then that, we've got our little table, and then we can grab some carpet, maybe a grey for their tablecloth. Okay, then we want some chairs. And we're just gonna go for some fairly simple ones. So let's bring up a slab. And we're gonna go for maybe just like sandstone slabs. And we're gonna have one there and there. We're gonna grab ourselves some birch trapdoors and some signs. And we're gonna go trapdoor there. Can I get a trapdoor here? No, I can't. But I'm still gonna do the signs for that. And I might even just throw an item frame there, because they can be in a lot more spaces than trapdoors can be. And that's just kind of cute. We want to have some light. So let's grab ourselves some more trapdoors. We're just going to go with good old spruce ones. And we're going to do like that. Yeah, that seems like the only good spot for us to throw a shelf. So we're going to grab ourselves some candles. And I'm thinking, let's have something that contrasts a bit. So maybe a red. Even a cyan. Cyan would probably work nicely. So let's throw a cyan here. Maybe 3. We'll light it up. Light it up, light it up, light it up, up, light 'em up, I'm on fire! Whoa, 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 whoa. Then I'm thinking maybe we grab a plant pot. So that's a flower pot is what it's called. And let's just really go into the Gothic vibe, and let's do a wither rose. Nice. I like that. I like that a bit. And then we'll grab another painting. And we might go for like a... That's way too big. Might go for like a two wide one. Creeper, we've got that. I like that one. That one's nice. It's kind of darker in tone. I like that a lot. And it kind of hides the wood pillar here that doesn't really transition to the rest of the wall that we set up on the outside. I was going to have a door here, wasn't I? So let's have another entrance here to the kitchen. Because then we've got a couple entries to the dining and to the kitchen between everything, so it's a bit easier to get to each other. Definitely want to have a painting, not one of the big boys, but maybe one of the two highs. So like that. So let's go for the skull. Really be on the nose. That feels way too much actually. So let's just do a one high. I like that one. Is that the same one we've got? It is the same one we've got. So let's do another one. Yeah, let's get that one. Why not? But I hope everyone's doing well. I've really just kind of zoned into the building and just forgot that I'm streaming a little bit. So I hope you're all doing well. Hope you're enjoying yourself and enjoying what we're doing. We've so far done this little kitchen area, our little this dining area, the kind of corridor a little bit. Obviously don't want to do too much in here because it's very cramped. Then we've got the second floor to do, and this is our farmhouse that we're working on. This was our first build we did in this village, and we've got a blacksmith's house and a little forge area, as well as the village center. And we're just doing a Gothic, spooky village transformation. And we've got a few things we're trying to include in interior-wise, but also we'll throw some exterior stuff on here as well. So we've got a kitchen and a living room we've done. We need to do the staircase area. We want a bedroom, cake room, I've put in the kitchen. We need an outhouse, like a linen closet storage thing, which will include in the bedroom or the linen area or the living area, not sure. We need a shed for their tool storage. A stable so that they've got so they can have a donkey pull the plow for their fields, which we'll put in when my chat finally lets me have a landscaping day, as well as a little well, because they'll need water to irrigate and stuff the crops. And the town fountain is not the best for that. Not happening, lol. The place will only start to look good when we do landscaping. I'm going to say that. It's always going to look weird until we do landscaping, because it is not in the optimal biome for this. And on that note, if you are new to the stream, if you're enjoying it, I'd love it if you could throw me a follow. I do also have a Discord in which we have a polls channel, in which I do polls for streams such as this. So I put a poll in to ask the Discord what you guys wanted me to do today, whether it was a new build, some landscaping, or some interior work, and everyone voted for interior work. And I do have one more going because we lost our hardcore world last night, and I'll be starting a new hardcore world, a new world on Monday, and the vote there is to decide whether we do a new hardcore world or just a regular survival world. So definitely jump on the Discord and make your vote known if you're interested in that. And we can also just hang out and have a good time, post memes, pictures of our pets, art, stuff like that. We're all here for a good time. But so the next we need to do is the staircase, which will take us from here to here, but also up to this little watch area. Now, question is, do we do a staircase? Because, I mean, it doesn't really matter because we're not going to be living in here, so we could. So I reckon let's actually do a staircase, maybe. I don't know though. It's a really tight space, and it might be nice to be able to do other things in here than just It might be better to have a ladder, but let's try some stairs, see how we feel about it. So let's see what stair options we have. Down upon a May. Let's try maybe the red nether brick. Could be weird. And I reckon let's extend that. Well, no, we need that, don't we? But we don't need the ones behind it. Okay. Bum 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 ba-dum bum. Probably slabs might be the best way. But is that... No, that's not doable to get down. Nope, not good idea. Nope, not good idea. Don't do the dragon on your own. How many times did you die? So what if I did something like... have to be... Couldn't get up there. Can I remove that? I can remove that, so let's do that. Okay, then do that. That. Yeah, this is a hard space to try and do a thing-a-whatsy in. So I think, yeah, I think we are just gonna do a ladder. So we might just extend you out like that. And have the ladder here. And we'll just bring that all the way up to here. And then we can do you. And we might as well actually use the dripstone and continue that little bit along. I like that. And then we have that. We have this little area which we can maybe put some barrels and storage and stuff in here. Same with this. Then I'm gonna just grab the slabs here, and we're gonna do that jump. So we can come up here. And I reckon let's just do that, and then... Nope, wrong. And then we'll just bring up this jungle. Like that. Then maybe grab a jungle trapdoor and put it like that. Or do we want to extend this out how we had it? I think I like this better. And then maybe have some storage like that. And then we'll do like that. Yeah, I like that better. So I definitely want... I've got you, so I definitely want to grab like a kind of shelf here and like that. And then we can grab some more candles. Always got to have more candles. Maybe just a 1. And then you can have like a barrel on you. Like that. We'll light up the candle. And then I might grab you and just do a kind of border on this. And on this. Yeah, brilliant. I like that better. I think that's cool. No, I want it here. So it borders off that a bit nicer. Yep, cool. I like that a lot. Let's come up here. And yeah, we'll grab, do something like that, and then maybe a beehive, because they work really well as crates. Yeah, I like that a lot. And we can throw another candle up here. Do a 4. Got a little storage nooks. If I don't go back to the end, will the dragon die? No. It's just gonna sit there unloaded until someone comes. So you either need someone to get to come and help you, or you need to deal with it. Or the next person who wants to repair their tools is gonna have to face a dragon. Take break, that's fair. Alright, and we'll just do some more little storage bits. Barrel, chest. Like a barrel there, maybe a note block. They work nicely as well for crates. Then maybe grab some more shelf action, and then we can have like that. For a candle. Maybe just another chest. Yeah, that's cool. And then we can throw maybe another shelf there and put a couple candles on it. I've been using candles a lot in this, but like I really don't use candles a lot in my interiors, and I need to get better at it because I just forget they exist. Because they're kind of just a very non-Minecraft thing. Like they really are very different to most things that exist in Minecraft. So I just kind of forget they exist because they just feel very modded. Alright, so first floor's done, tower's done. Now I've got a living area and a master bedroom to do. What's the time? 8 o'clock? Awesome. Okay, so let's start with the living area. So, no televisions or anything like that, and it's just a couple. So let's find, let's grab a bed. Maybe a cyan one. And we're going to put it there. Grab some trapdoors. We're going to make this a kind of love seat. So they can sit out and look through the window. Which is just nice. We're gonna have a few more kind of shelves. With a candle on a couple. We'll grab a... Oh, I've got a flower pot. Nice. What else do we have? Miscellaneous wires that we can put up there that'll look interesting. Yeah. Let's just throw with a skull up here. There. There's a nice little memento thing. You and you. And then a flower. Let's do a lily of the valley. Because while that's not super gothic looking, it is also a flower of death. Which works very nicely for us. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum-bum-bum. Bum-ba-dum. Bum-ba-dum-bum-bum. Grace acting demonic is terrifying. Alright, but that is our little living area. Just kind of sitting area for them to chill in after a hard day's work. Look out in the window at some of the cool buildings. We'll hopefully have like maybe a tree or some more fields here. So let's do the master bedroom. So let's grab another couple beds. And I think we'll go like just a brown. And we'll put that like there. Then I'm thinking maybe... I do love using bookshelves and stuff for bed heads. So we'll do like that. Stair, maybe nether brick. Gonna go like that. That. We'll grab maybe just a spruce. Well, brown, not black. I am hurt. Not everything Gothic has to be black. I'm actually trying to avoid doing too much black stuff. Probably crimson instead. What did I break that? Like that. Gonna do a U, and maybe do something like that. Another brick like that. Then I'm gonna grab some string. Actually, no, I reckon let's do trapdoors. I'll extend that up to here. And I can't there. And we'll do some trapdoors here. Like that. Then we'll do these as a footboard. And we'll grab some signs. Crimson once again. And we'll frame in the bed. Yeah. Well, I know it needs light. I will add some light. But yeah, there definitely is a lot of crimson. A lot of the maroony pink, magenta-y. Maybe let's do this then, because that worked kind of nice with all the colors that we have going. Dark oak. And yeah, let's actually just swap this out, make it all kind of dark oak. Like that. Like you. And what if I were to do something like that? Nah. Do that instead. Then we definitely need a kind of bedside table, and I'm just going to use a barrel here with a lantern. And we'll go like a soul lantern. And we'll grab some more kind of chests. Probably want some kind of a vanity here, so if I were to do some more of that, and we did like you and I don't know, maybe birch. We did something like that. That just looks like a toilet. Let's just kind of have that as a little vanity thing. Let's actually move this to like here. Because I would like here to have you. And then we can grab some armor stands. Boop boop. And some barrels. For there. So now they've got a little wardrobe. A little kind of weird bed thingamawatsy. We've got a little vanity. Definitely need some more. Let's just do like that. Then I can do another shelf. Red herring indeed. Gotta love a good red herring. Maybe another shelf there. Love another lantern, because it feels a bit dark. We definitely want some flowers. I might just do a piece of bamboo, because I do like how it looks. Grab some carpet, thinking like a grey and maybe some black, and just do like a small little kind of rug. Like that, maybe? Put a mushroom in there. Not the best bedroom I've ever done, but we can definitely come back to this later. And let's kind of start laying out like the outhouse and the shed and stables and stuff. So I'll grab some stone again for that. So they don't really have a back door. But I'm thinking outhouse can be like here-ish. And that is just going to be very small. That's going to be like that. But let's maybe move it back a bit so it stands out from the house a bit. And we're just going to do that. Then maybe some oak ones to give a little bit of like a window at the top. A little bit of air/windowy stuff. It's missing a baked potato. I put a cake in for you. I can't give you the whole world, Grace. And then we'll just top it in with another spruce trapdoor. And then we're just going to dig down a bit. And we're going to find... Let's do a composter. And just put that there. Because it'll be a kind of just drop hole kind of thing. So that's the little outhouse. We'll put a well maybe here. And I really like just doing like little small kind of wells. So we're just going to do a... let's grab some stairs. And we'll do... I'm thinking deep slate bricks. Then we'll grab some fences. And we'll do the dark oak. And we'll grab some dark oak slabs. Then we'll grab some buckets of water. And these are one of my favorite like little wells to build. I got the design originally from Whip. And I build these in a lot of worlds. Using various different materials, but I really like how they look. And they're just a nice little water source. They're cute, they work nicely, and they're just a little bit of aesthetics. Now, because we'll be viewing it from here, anything new? Just wanted to check in. Yeah, so we've pretty much finished the interior on the inside. Not the happiest with the bedroom, but I think we'll come back to it. So this is our kitchen, nice and finished. We've got a kind of cooking area with a cauldron and a little chain there to hang stuff on. We've got a cutting board, kind of like ice box thing for storing their meats. A little sink, a knife just in like a knife block. Cake, some pie on a little island. And we've got a little larder pantry here, as well as some more storage. We have our little dining area with our little table and some chairs for our nice little farmer couple to eat at. Some candles, some paintings, a wither rose. Got a little bit of like storage nooks in the kind of tower stairway. And here's our little living area. We've got like a little bit of a love seat here for them to look out the window. And this is the master bedroom, which isn't amazing, but I tried a few like kind of odd things with the bed and stuff. And there really isn't a huge amount of space to do something interesting here. I should probably put some paintings in there though. And then up here, we've got a little bit more just storage nooks. And then this is the kind of lookout area. Ooh. And we've just done a little outhouse with a drop toilet. Be careful of spiders. And we've just done this little well, which is a design that I have shamelessly pilfered from Whip and I use all the time. And now we just want to lay out a shed, and a stable, so that they can have tool storage, as well as somewhere to put their plow that would, somewhere to put their mule that would help them plow their fields and stuff like that. Might even put like a wagon or a cart here when we get to doing landscaping stuff, because they presumably sell their stuff at the market. But yeah, I'm having a good time so far. So I reckon let's lay out the shed. Lay out the shed and the stables where we want to put it. We'll probably have it as a combined building. So I'm thinking maybe just across from here. Like we've got this little garden here, so maybe there'd be a path running through here. To the well, over to the outhouse, and like to separate all the different fields. So maybe across here from where the path would be, let's take down this temporary ideas board. You're sleepy? Okay. Lurk away, Maurice gives excellent snuggles, K-Dog. But you're sleepy? Well, have a little bit of a nap, it's okay. I'll be okay without you, I promise. But let's lay it out. So I'm thinking our tool shed doesn't need to be too big, but let's maybe make it 3 by 3-ish on the interior, like that. Maybe with the entrance there. Maurice does love cuddles, can that. And then for the stable, we might start at the back here and bring it down just a smidge. We don't need a ton of space. We might want to store like maybe a horse and maybe a mule. So let's maybe do something like that. Oh my god, the music just randomly started to play? That's weird. That's very strange. Is anyone else noticing weird stuff with the music, or is it just Grace? Okay, and so we've got maybe a split. Excuse me, don't you boop me? That's just illegal. So maybe start it here instead. Bring it over. No, I like it starting there. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's good. And then we can have a kind of spot there and a spot there to enter in and bring the horses out. Alright. It's disgusting, and it is illegal. You may not boop me during stream. Illegal. And let's just grab a couple signs. And be like... Tool shed. Stable. Okay. So, I reckon let's take a quick little break for the time being. It's a nice perfect hour and a half since we started, so it's a good way to go. And we've gotten our interior done mostly for the bedroom. Definitely want to come back to it another time and do a few tweaks after my brain is a bit kind of recharged from doing it. I don't know if I'm going to keep doing interior work on the blacksmith's house, or if I probably will do some landscaping for the second half, because I'm a little bit interiored out. I gotta be in like the right mood to interior, I think. But we'll definitely take a bit of a break. If you are enjoying the stream, and you haven't already, I would really implore you to hit that follow button. It means the world to me, and it means Twitch will let you know when I go live. and it helps me grow. I am on that grind to affiliate so that I can start doing things with like channel points, reward my followers and my viewers, and just have a really good time with you all. I'm super keen for it. But if you can hit that follow button, I'd super appreciate it. I also do have a Discord. I have Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And we do currently have a poll going on the Discord in the polls tab for how you want me to start our new survival world on Monday, whether it will be a new hardcore world or a regular survival world, because we lost our hardcore world last night in a very unsatisfying way. And before we take the break, we want to once again pay homage to our Lord and Savior, Chocolate Beans. And yeah, so I'm going to take a quick 5-10 minute break, get up, have some water, have a stretch, go to the bathroom, things like that. And I implore you all to do the same, have a stretch, walk around, get some water. I love you all to the bottom of my heart, and I would love you all to be happy, healthy, and hydrated. So I will see you in about 5-10 minutes. I love you all. Maurice says, see you soon. Mwah. And welcome back, everybody. Hope you all had a wonderful break. Got up, had some stretches, hung out with Bubbles for a bit, who was crashing very hard. But she is good. And, yeah, poured myself some more blood of my enemies, everybody. There we go, in this beautiful illithid goblet. Just not very easy to drink from. But it is very cool. But yeah, I do hope you all had a glass of water, had a walk around, had a stretch. You all mean the world to me, and I want to make sure you're all doing well. I would like to once again remind you all that if you are enjoying the stream, and if you haven't already, I would love it if you could hit that follow button. It means the world to me, and it means Twitch will let you know when I go live. I also have social media. I have a Discord, I have an Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. And I post different things to all of them. As well as, so Instagram, I post finished builds to of stuff that I'm working on. Facebook, I tend to do progress shots. Twitter, I just do lots of random stuff, such as notifications that I'm going live, stuff like that, as well as just random, just laughy being laughy. And Discord, we hang out, have a good time, and I do have a polls chat at the polls channel. And at the moment, we have a poll going, which is on Monday. I will be starting a new survival world after we lost our hardcore world last night. And the poll is for whether you want me to start the new world as a hardcore world again, or as a regular survival world. I think currently regular is winning. Yes, regular is currently winning by 5-3, but it's all up to you guys of what the new world is gonna be. And we'll start fresh with a whole new seed and start from scratch. But we are doing some work on our Gothic village transformation. We've just done the interior of our farmhouse, which I definitely want to come back to later and add to on another stream. Maybe just in between time, I might do it in between streams at some point, like I tweaked that tree earlier today. But we're just going to do a little kind of shed and stables for the farmhouse, and then I want to do some landscaping, maybe do some fields, some path work, some trees for the farmhouse, and really get it kind of looking finished. So yeah, let's jump back on over to Le Mine of the Craft, and let's have a good time. That music feels really loud. That's better. Wow, that is a meaty goblet. It is very weighty. Alright, so we did a little bit of a layout, just kind of block layout of how we wanted it to kind of go. So we'll have a path coming through here that'll go over to the well, the outhouse, and cut through and make various fields. And then here we've got the kind of storage tool shed and the stable. So this is going to be a bit more rusticy. Woke up and asked you to be quiet, then realized it was a stream. Fell asleep to music in the intro. That's really funny. Well, sorry, Grace, I ain't gonna be quiet. That's not in my personality, I'm afraid. Oh man, sorry for waking you up from your nap, though. I hope it was a nice one, regardless. Alright, so let's, I think we're gonna mainly kind of stick out of the Gothic style for this, and just kind of be a bit more just like farmy, like farm hand kind of thing. We'll stick to like the darker woods, like the dark oak and the spruce, but I don't want to use like the crimson or the stones in this. I just want it to be very, you know, it's the tool shed. It's a shed and a stable that's been built for a farmhouse. I want it to be very kind of simple. So let's go look at some logs here. I might actually use the jungle logs, because they look a little bit kind of rotten. I don't know though, they don't blend with a lot of things. So let's start with the dark oak at least. And we'll just do a couple little thingamawhatsies like that. And we might bring this one up a couple higher. And then we'll throw in a roof. So let's just grab some slabs. We're just going to do a kind of basic slab shed roof. And for this, I think we might still use the crimson, but we might border it with... let's border it with a deep slate. And so we want to do maybe that. Like that. Like you. Then we bring that across like that. And then we'll fill in the gaps with the crimson slabs. And then we might grab some spruce. Go for some strip spruce, and we're just gonna fill in the walls with this. Now it's just a little storage shed, so it doesn't need to have windows. But we definitely want to go in here and fix up the walls there, and we'll actually just bring these down a bit. Yeah, kind of like that, but let's just make it even like that. Yeah, cool. Then we're going to want a door. And let's just stick with a spruce. It works nicely for a kind of shed. We'll grab a spruce stair. And we're going to do that, so it kind of highlights that a little bit nicely. And we're just going to grab some spruce, and we're going to do a little bit of texturing. Texturing there, and then I might do maybe grab some fences of the dark oak and do like that to give a little bit of support, and we'll do the same here. No, we won't do that here, but what we will do instead is we'll do like I'd rather it be like that, so what if we did that? No, that's kind of weird. We'll just kind of leave it like that, I think. And that's just a simple little shed. Now we want to figure out how we're going to attach a stable to it. And we'll pretty much use the same materials. So let's throw some pillory doos here. Oops, here. And I don't know, like that, do a double pillar. No, let's just do it like that. Okay. And let's do that. Now, do we want, because we've got a kind of change of elevation here. Do we want to keep the change of elevation? I think let's work with it. Let's see. Let's work with the change of elevation. I think that'll be interesting. Maybe bring this up this high. And we'll make it not as tall as the shed. Like that, and then maybe like that. Kind of weird, but we'll run with it. Yeah, kind of weird, but we'll run with it. Not a massive fan, but we'll give it a try. And then we'll bring this across here as well. And then we'll fill it in again with the crimson. Then we'll grab our spruce again, and we'll fill in the walls. Gotta make sure that the horses have a good, nice and safe from the elements. That, and we'll do a U. Okay. Alright. Now let's do that. Kind of round it out a little bit. Maybe even do just... maybe not there, but just like on the tip there. It definitely looks nicer with that. So let's do that. We won't change the actual crimson. Hydrate. This probably has water content. Yes, everyone else, definitely hydrate. Alright, so now let's grab some... Let's do some landscapey waping, kind of. Just get some floor stuff happening. So we're gonna grab some coarse dirt and some podzol. Ooh, it is a bit warm. I should turn that aircon back on. Ooh. And we're just gonna do kind of mostly coarse dirt, but we'll throw in a little bit of podzol. Just to be that little bit of grossness. Then we'll grab some fences. Some fence gates mainly. And we'll stick with the dark oak. You. And that. We need some lighting. So we're gonna just stick with some lanterns. And I'm gonna do like... let's just do that. Doesn't have to be any form of symmetrical. We'll grab some cauldrons. For some water. That, and we'll throw a kind of that to make it into a kind of trough. A little bit of hay bales. Oh, Nem, thank you very much for the $5 donation. Means a lot to me, and thank you so much. It really does.
NemD83 minus $5. It's telling me to write something, but I don't have anything to say but poop da doop la la da ding dong.
Oh Lord, thank you, Nem. That really made me laugh. Oh man, oh man, oh man. That's actually really funny. Now let's do some more texturing on the walls. Do that. Just blend that in just that a little bit nicely. So maybe have that, and then bring you back as a U. That. Like that. And then maybe just a that. Didn't know it did voice to text. Yep, sure does. It's really funny. Man, you think I'm gonna read while I'm streaming? Absolutely not. Let's ditch some of the... I wish there was a tool that I could use that would only destroy grass and flowers and stuff. Now we might just grab a little bit of a wall action. We'll go for... let's do like a blackstone wall. I shall not be drinking water, thank you very much. I did have half a bottle of water. I did have a full bottle of water in the first half of the stream. Like, it's not like I'm not hydrated. That's actually really funny timing. But yes, everyone have a drink of water and a stretch. We're going to lock eyes while I do my physio exercises. Because funny enough, I sit at a computer all day, and my neck is red hot garbage. Oh, I'm starting to get a bit more range of motion of this. I can go a bit further than I could before. That's exciting. You will eat an ice cube. That's perfectly fine. I know that's your equivalent of drinking water. Little miss, I can't drink fluids because I'm on dialysis. Funny enough, when you actually do what your physio tells you to do, you get better. My ADHD brain is just really bad at doing it, which is why I make you guys yell at me. Because I tell you what, I can't keep myself accountable. I know me. I'm not scary. You guys, though, ooh, can't let you guys down. That's terrifying. Because of the memorandum video I did earlier today, all my buttons on my Stream Deck are like mixed up in order, and it's just throwing me off. Okay, now let's quickly do some. Well, one, we need some horses, so let's grab some eggs, spawn eggs. Let's start with a horse. And we'll put the horse in this one. Move. No, not inside that. There we go. You're a cute looking horse. I like you. Then we want a mule in this one. No. No. Move. Thank you. And we'll give you... We won't put saddles on them. Saddles and stuff on them. They're in the stable. They do not need to. Ah yes, it's Roach from the Witcher games. Hovering in the air. Alright, now let's pop into the tool shed. And we'll just do kind of coarse dirt and rooted dirt, I think, in here. Because we're not going to do the podzol, because it's not going to be mucky and animally in here. But then we just want to grab... we're definitely going to want some item frames. And we're going to do like some item frames on the walls. We're going to grab maybe another wheelbarrow. So we want a composter. And a grindstone. So we're going to do like that and like that. Or maybe even be like some kind of a plow system. Maybe like a couple extra barrels. We'll definitely put some shelves up. Like that. We'll just go to the tools section and we're going to grab like some hoes and axes and shovels. And we're going to just put them around the place. Maybe make a little bit of a tool rack with a tripwire hook. Like that. We're going to throw maybe just a lantern in here. I already had them in my inventory. But we can put you there. And I think the shelves don't have to be full. So I'm kind of happy with that. It's kind of cluttered and cramped, which is kind of how I feel it should be. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Maybe just like, let's just maybe put like a pickle somewhere on a shelf. Oops. Like that, to kind of look like it's something. Maybe like some cans, I don't know. That's that, I'm happy with that. We've got our kind of tool shed and our stables. So let's start thinking about pathing. So we established a kind of like main town path, which is going to be this basalt, and we'll probably texture in some other stuff too. And I reckon we will use that to a degree. However, when it breaks off from like maybe about here and starts just being farm paths, I don't know if I want to keep it up, but we'll give it a go. We'll see how we go. And so what we're going to do, we're going to grab a shovel and we're just going to kind of wind around where we want to go. And I'm just going to just set up a command. So /fill that. And I'm going to go 10... -1, 10, -10, 2, minus 10. Air, replace, grass. And that way, like, everything, like, all grass near us that isn't tall grass, and we can do, like, the 2 tall ones, but we can handle those a lot easier than we can the small ones. Just makes things a lot easier for building and landscaping if we don't have to deal with all this grass. And in creative, it's actually kind of hard to get rid of it. Because, like, you can't just walk around punching, because you'll break all the ground. So yeah, we want to clear out a good majority of all this, because we want to run paths through all of this if we can. Let's fill that in, because I hate when Minecraft does that. Just these terrible tiny little depressions that don't look good at all, and there's literally no reason for them to exist. And then I might do one for the tall grass, or I might just do it by hand, but we'll see. It's probably going to be easier to set up another one. It won't be hard to amend this code. The most exciting thing ever. Clearing grass. Oop, my mouse just fell off the armrest on the couch where I sit. Oops. There we go. Nope. What do I do? Should be fine. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Because, you know, when it comes to farm fields and stuff like that, you want to go over a really big area, because you want to generally have quite a few fields. Well, Mr. Mister, I am off to La La Land, eat my sleep. Have a great rest of your stream. Absolutely, Nem. Hope you sleep well. Hope all the bad dreams bugger off and leave you be. And I will hopefully see you. Well, this is a Friday, so I'll see you on stream on Monday then. Make sure to vote your preference in the Discord for how we will start the for what kind of survival world we will start if you haven't already. But I love you very much. I hope you sleep well, and you have a great weekend. I know you guys will never choose to let me landscape, so I have to just like do what you ask, but still find a way to con my way into doing landscaping, because I love landscaping. So now let's just change you to I think tall grass, like that. I don't like that sound. Tell you what, do not like that sound at all. Hello, Mr. Kitty. How are you? Alright, I do not like that sound. Oof, that is not good for my sensory overload, I tell you what. But it's a lot easier than doing it by hand, so... Oof, let's have a drink of the blood of my enemies to calm myself. Delicious. Alright, now let's figure out pathwise what we want to do. So we definitely want to have a path going out towards the well. Yeah, I'm still going. I've only been streaming for about 2 hours. Not too long. I'm not talking about a 20-hour stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. We've just built a little tool shed and a stable for the farmers. We've done a little bit of a cramped kind of storage shed interior in here. It hasn't been too long. And then we've just got like some feeding troughs, some hay for the mule and the horse. The mule will most likely be for carrying stuff to the market to sell, and the mule would be for like pushing a plow. Absolutely, and we've just gone through and we've just been kind of clearing out grass so that we can start kind of planning our paths a bit easier. God, sound. Do not like it. Yes, we want a path over to the little well. There's definitely going to need to be a path over to the outhouse, which maybe I want to swap the direction it's facing. And we'll probably extend this out a little bit, so it's not like a sharp kind of drop off. Like that. And yes, we definitely want the path to head over to the outhouse. Have that, and then we'll want to... Yeah, all good for the lurk, thank you so much, definitely helps. And then we'll just start kind of carving off fields by doing some paths. So we might do like that for a field. And then, so this is like in the middle of the field. I don't mind that. Then we'll want to grab maybe from here, start heading out this way. And honestly, path blocks are a really good way to, even if you're not going to use path blocks for your path, they are a really good way to figure out where your paths are going to be. Because you can just run with a shovel roughly where you want to go. As long as you've gotten rid of all the grass, because it gets in the way. Alright. Then I might do another one like here-ish. Now, do we want this farmer to entirely do crops, or should we give them a little bit of a barn too? I reckon let's just stick with them being a crop farmer. quickly clear out this and this. Now, before we put our paths in any further, because I'm pretty happy with this for our farms. We've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fields. I'm pretty happy with that. Just want to even just fix up a bit of the terrain because Minecraft Plains generation is just kind of terrible. So there's like lots of little like pockets of just awfulness that you need to just fill in, patch up, to make it just, one, easier to work with, but also just look a lot better. Like, I really hate how Minecraft generates its plains. The meadows are better, but still not amazing. Fix you up, and we'll probably bridge that gap as well. So yeah, I reckon let's... Like, I might completely fill this area in at some point, but for now, we don't really need to worry about it, so let's just bring it into the terrain here. Like that, Mr. Sheep, I will require you to move. Thank you. Oh, but now we don't have that hideous chicken pit. We can actually turn our friendly creatures back up. I'm sure we'll end up with another one in the next world, but for now we can have our friendly creature sounds up. Do 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 do. Bum bum ba da bum bum. Bum ba da ba da bum bum. I'm planting grass by myself. Putting paths by myself. Alright. Now, because this is a field, I think I might just even out this terrain a little bit. Kind of make it a little less extreme. So we're gonna make the kind of cliffside, the steep hill kind of be there. Like that. You. Dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. Let's turn the game sounds down just a smidgen. Where is that here? While we're breaking all these blocks. Actually, I can't hear my music at all. There we go. Like, it probably would be easier to do all this with, like, a command and then, like, fix it up and make it look natural, but I'm happy to just punch grass. Bum 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 banana. Alright, just noticed my cam is a little bit low. So let's adjust my framing. There we go, that's a bit better. Guys, you know I don't pay attention to that. You gotta yell at me when my framing's bad. Because I slouch. And I just slowly drift downwards on the couch. Ba-dum bum ba. Do 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 do. Ba-dum bum ba. Bum bum ba da na na. Bum 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 ba dum bum bum. Do like a that. Yeah, I think that's okay. And then I want this to stay at this level. Oh, that doesn't really make sense now that I've completely shorn away this. So let's keep some of it. That is way too... Okay, it feels a bit more natural. Doo-doo-doo. But I know that those of you who've been here from the beginning have seen this a few times, but it's time to pay homage again to the great wonder that is chocolate beans. I just spilt the blood of my enemies everywhere. How we doing? Yeah, that video was a really good time for me to refill my cup. And it did not go to plan. But let's jump on back. And let's keep punching grass, shall we? I'm sure that's an innuendo for smoking pot. It's gotta be, right? I don't know, I've genuinely no idea. Don't do drugs, kids, stay in school. Do ba dum bum 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 ba dum ba na na. But I would love to recommend that if you haven't, to join the Discord. We do have a fun family of friends. We've got in the Laughy's Kingdom Discord, and I put polls there that allows you to influence things for future streams. I might just do a little of that. Yeah. That allows you guys to influence things that will happen in future streams, such as we had one for the stream tonight of whether we would be doing interiors, landscaping, or a new build. And you all selected interiors, and joke's on you, we're doing landscaping. But we did do the interior of this build, and did these 2 extra builds and the interior of this. So we did do it. I just got a bit interior down. So now we're gonna do some landscaping for the farmhouse as well, and just kind of finish this build a bit. Finish it off. So we've set off some kind of paths. Some pathways, and we'll have fields in between them. We'll have our well here in the middle of some fields. So let's kind of hook up some paths, shall we? Now, the question is, so my thought is, the main village path is going to be the basalt. But do I want to have that as the... I feel like these paths would be fairly established. So maybe we will do the basalt as well, but maybe also we just do like a coarse dirt path. It seems... yeah, let's do a coarse dirt path, I think. So I want to see if there's an easy way for me to do this. So if I do /fill, that, and I'm gonna go like 1, 1, -1, -1, and I'm gonna do -1 and -1, and if I just do coarse dirt, is that gonna work? Yeah, then that'll do a 3x3 around us. Okay. Yeah. No. That didn't work because technically I was a block lower. So let's do that then. Aha. Alright, this will make the initial getting it all in a lot easier, and then we can tweak from there. Because it means we don't have to like dig it out and then redo it, then put it all in. Just gonna save us a lot of time. And obviously we can then tweak from there, but you know, I think this will do nicely for us. The big thing that really helped me when it came to getting better when it came to creative building was learning how to use Minecraft commands. Especially the fill command. I'm still not super great at it, but the fill command really makes things a lot better. Like, you can save a lot of time doing the fill command for things. and I thoroughly recommend, if you do creative building a bit, I thoroughly recommend you learn how to use the fill command, because it does allow you to take a lot of shortcuts. Especially like something that's really useful for it is the ability to just change, like replace blocks with blocks. So I can select a whole build and be like, I want to replace all of the jungle wood with spruce wood to see how it looks better and stuff like that. Like, it's not perfect. Like, don't do it to replace like stairs and slabs and stuff, because that's a lot more effort than it's worth, in my opinion, but it is very useful. Do. Bum bum bum. And like, when you start doing creative building, like, as much as I don't do a whole lot of creative building for a lot of projects that I do in survival these days, but that's because I got lots of practice in creative on how to build things the way I like them. And it's so much harder to get that practice and really the knowledge of how to do what you like when you're doing it in survival, because it's so much harder to do trial and error. And so you end up just not doing it. You end up like sticking with builds that you don't really like in survival because you don't want to redo it thousands of times. You don't want to do that trial and error because it takes too long. And so starting to practice in doing creative building, it means you will get better at survival building, because it means you'll stop making a lot of the mistakes that you need to redo in survival. Like, you get to know how build palettes you like work, like what goes well together a little bit better, and it is just really useful, and I thoroughly recommend it. If you want to improve your building as well, I definitely recommend a few different YouTubers, and obviously it depends on your style. Like, but for me, as much as the hermits are great, and they're all really good builders, they do not build in a way that was very good for me to learn building with. Because they just do big, grand concepts. They don't build the kind of way I like to build, which is villages, houses, that kind of stuff. Like doing many small projects over a period of time so that your area looks really cool. Whereas they do like one big thing that'll take them months, and that is just not the way I like to play. And that's fine. Each to their own. Power to them. They're amazing builders and they do really cool stuff. But for me, I've watched the hermits for a long time, but they did not help me with my building skills. Because they were just the wrong inspiration. Like, they make you want to do really grand things and be like, yeah, that's cool, I love that idea, I want to try doing that, but if you don't have the ability or the attention span to pull it off, it's just setting you up for failure. Whereas the people I thoroughly recommend to give you inspiration and stuff for kind of smaller scale projects that more people tend to be able to achieve, but also just is my particular style. If you like building in a similar way that I like to, then I thoroughly recommend Whip. I thoroughly recommend Smallish Beans. I thoroughly recommend Mythical Sausage, and Gem and Pearl are really good as well over on the Hermitcraft server. And Scar will always watch Scar. Always watch Scar. He's just amazing. But I thoroughly recommend Quip, Sausage, and Smallish Beans. They are really good builders, and they build in generally a kind of medieval fantasy style, but generally they do villages, towns, cities. They'll do normal builds, which is a lot more what people tend to do in Minecraft that aren't, you know, the big YouTubers. Like, a lot of people will tend to do, I'm going to build a village or a town, I want to build a house, I want to build a castle. Like, it's what a lot of people tend to do, and so it's a really good basis to start with, to learn, to kind of learn the ropes on building a lot more. And they're also super highly detailed builders, which I also really enjoy doing. They build in a very highly detailed way. So it means you get to learn those details. If you like less detail, then Gemini Tay is definitely a really good option. She just does really nice clean builds that aren't necessarily hyper detailed. Catherine Elizabeth Gaming is another one who I thoroughly recommend for like kind of cleaner, less heavily detailed builds. She tends to build in a really kind of cutesy, kind of fairy style, but it's still like good learning for just building in general, regardless of if you like her style per se and want to rebuild it. She tends to do a lot of the same thing, but it's a good thing, so you know, power to her. But it's definitely something you can look at and be like, alright, why does this look good with very minimal detail? How do I kind of learn those skills and replicate it? While I don't necessarily recommend following tutorials for learning how to build, I do recommend watching tutorials. But it's not about even following them at all in creative. It's more about just watching them to see what they do, what details they do, what tricks they have, what they do to make it look good. Because a lot of the time they'll talk about their thought process behind the build. And, like, I love watching Mythical Sausage tutorials. He does a really good job with his building tutorials. Blue Nerd is a really awesome builder. He's more medieval than fantasy, but still, which I'm much more of a fantasy medieval. But, you know, it's definitely worth checking him out, absolutely. He's got a survival series at the moment that he's doing, but he also has some really awesome tutorial videos on both thought processes and on block for blocks. And that's one big thing that I really recommend is, one, like, as I've said, like, watching tutorials but not following tutorials. But the other big thing is watching videos that talk about the thought processes behind building. So as opposed to seeing how someone makes a certain build, videos that talk about why they made it that way, what they did with that. Another really good one is like tips and tricks videos, like tricks to make you a better builder, and they'll just give you little kind of designer tricks that you can implement in your builds that just allow for some good things. One of my favorite tricks for building is just simply, if you don't like it, cover it. And like, you don't have to like detail a build fully. What you can do is have a fairly undetailed side and just put a big tree covering it. Like, you don't necessarily have to do like super hyper detail on every single face of the building. You can just put a stack of barrels there, or a tree, or a shed, or a wood cover. Like, it helps break up the building, and it means that you don't have to do a lot of like excessive building work for your detailing. Alright, but that's the basic layout of our path in. I also want to get, I want to get in this spot here too. Every day. And like Green has quite a few good videos on thought processes behind building. Blue Nerd has a ton of really good ones. Flip has a few, especially on like town and town, city, and castle planning. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of do that. He's got a lot of really good ones on like castle, town, and stuff, but also just some good planning builds. B-Dubs has a few really good build videos on thought processes. Smallish Beans does too, but his are a lot more like tips and tricks videos, and there's heaps of those. There are tons of build hacks and tips and tricks videos. I watched one a little while ago, which gave me the trip of doing this, to have like a pumpkin in a wheelbarrow, using arm stands and dispensers and pumpkins, jack-o'-lantern, carved pumpkins. But now let's work on, what's this message? So now we work on just fixing up the path a little bit. It is very weird and blocky currently, so we just want to make those curves a little bit nicer. Remove the path blocks. Like that. Okay. Now, often I would do slabs and stuff at the borders, like where it changes elevation, but because we're not really going to be walking on it, this is purely for aesthetics, I'm not going to bother. Do. Now, we're not necessarily going to do this with this path. We might a little bit like around here, because we're not going to have fields here. But one thing that's really good when it comes to doing paths is you have your established path, and that's fine. But a lot of the time, in real life, when you have paths, you'll have little bits of wear, like that. So if this were like the kind of coarse dirt road, we would still want to have like a little bit of path block here, where people would just cut the corner and wear down the earth. And it's definitely something to think about when you're doing your paths. Now, obviously, because this is going to be fields, we're not going to do that here, because we're going to have walls and fields. We might do that around here for like the outhouse. Do. And I think paths make a massive difference to worlds. It just really does. Like, even just like without us like detailing it, making it a lot smoother, like this already makes the area look a lot better. Even without stuff in between it, it just works really nicely. And we'll have the basalt kind of going between all the different builds and houses. And we might connect this up today, but I'm gonna say probably not, considering it's 9:45 already, and we only just kind of smoothing out our path a bit. And you want things to be kind of like curved instead of just like straight diagonals or straight lines, because they wouldn't be completely straight as a general rule. Okay, that seems pretty okay. This needs some fixing up here. Maybe like at that. Do that. And in like the areas where there's intersections, we just want to expand out the path a little bit. So it's a bit kind of a cluster of activity. And we'll come in later and do some texturing with maybe some path blocks and maybe some rooted dirt, or just some regular dirt. Just make sure it's away from the grass so it doesn't spread on over. Especially because we have such a high tick speed on, which is good for that because it means we'll know exactly if we've messed up and there's grass somewhere that's going to spread on over. I'm watching you. And obviously when I'm building, I also talk a lot about my thought processes with things. So I'm like, if you like the way I build, if you think I'm good, you like the way I kind of explain myself, definitely watch my VODs for the village transformation stuff that we've been doing. In this, I think this is our 4th stream. And they'll all be on my YouTube channel, if you're interested in that. Because that was back when we were streaming on YouTube, but regardless, I also upload all of my VODs from Twitch over to YouTube as well. So it's definitely worth checking out my YouTube channel. If I have any mods around, if they could put the info to that in the chat, that would be great. But if not, that's fine. I can do it a little bit later. Thank you very much, eBubs. I know you've been lurking, so thank you for chiming in there. Love ya. This needs a little fixing up here. Like that. This needs to be rounded a bit. Ba-doo, ba-da, and let's just bring that out a bit like that. Do da da ba now, ba da ba ba wow wow, rum ba da ba bay, ba da bum bay, rum ba dum bum ba da bum ba dum bum ba dum bum bo. Okay, that's looking pretty smooth to me. So now what we want to do is figure out how we want to border our fields. So we could use some like some walls and some leaves. Probably not leaves. It's a bit too kind of lush. Let's just kind of look through everything we've got at the moment. And we could do like a kind of British countryside, kind of cobblestone wall, maybe with like something else. Bum bum bum. I reckon let's go for some cobbled deep slate, and we'll go that, that, and that. And yeah, I reckon we'll border our fields with some like kind of English countryside style walls. So first things first, we're just gonna kind of border everything. It's definitely not going to be anything like this, but we would just want to start with something in place. And we will break it up and we'll make it look good. Hopefully, over time. Always no guarantee that something you build is something you'll like. But, you know, it's hard to tell until you're done. And a lot of builds have a garbage stage. A stage where you look at it and you're like, this is terrible. I hate this. Like, this is genuinely awful. Like, I don't think this is salvageable. And a lot of the time it is. Most of the time it's salvageable. I've had many builds that while I'm building it, I'm like, I hate this. This is awful. This is not gonna look good. And then I do some detailing, and believe it or not, it looks good. Like I've got a big build I'm working on at the moment, a big fantasy ice bridge that I'm working on my on the Captain Craft server, which I play on in my own time. And I'm working on a big bridge there, and at the moment I kind of hate it. Like, I think the concept is cool, but so far it's just looking really busy and not very good. But I know that when I get some texturing in, once I do the detail work, it probably will look good. I hope. I know it probably will, but the problem is, at the moment, I'm not a big fan of it. Everyone's telling me it's good, but I'm a perfectionist and I don't trust people to not just be telling me that because they like me. And so it's one of those big things of like, you put so much work in, and it's like, oh, I've got to put so much more work in for it to look good. Like, at the moment, I really don't like how it's turning out. And that's okay. You can always stop and start from scratch if you want. There's nothing wrong with deleting your art and trying again. My big house that I have on the Captain Craft server, I started doing a big design, I spent a few hours on it, and I'm like, look, I really like where this is going, but I think I just need to start again. And I did. And taking what I had figured out of what I wanted to do while doing it the first time, I was then able to make it work a lot better. And so sometimes it's just stick with it, and sometimes, honestly, just restart. There really is, and there's no rule about what you should and shouldn't do in what situation. Like, whatever is feeling right to you. The ultimate thing, though, is don't just go, I'm bad, I can't do this, and give up. The ultimate thing is if you delete your art, that you start again. You keep trying. And if you do it a few times and you're like, I really don't like this concept, then you change your concept. And you keep trying. Because the more you build, the more you practice, the more you do things that you don't like and you do like, the more you learn how to and how not to achieve those things. And it's all a learning journey. It's just like with any art. I know a lot of people don't think of Minecraft as art, but I absolutely do. I definitely think that Minecraft really does hit that artistic side of me a lot of the time. And I'm able to take some of my other art backgrounds of my other art hobbies and put things like that. Like with my mini painting, I'm able to take my kind of knowledge of color and contrast and shadows and highlights to kind of use those within my builds. And thinking about colors that work well together and contrast and all those things. And it's a fine line between contrast and clown, and a fine line between having not a lot of contrast and it just looking drab and the same. You want certain things that will pop, but you don't want everything to pop because it'll just blend. And so that's something I was able to implement from my mini painting stuff that I liked. And for instance, Nightcur comes from a background of drawing especially people and animals and stuff, and it means that they've only been playing for about 6 months, but they are really good at doing organics. I'm so impressed with the organics they come out with. Even after they'd been playing for a month, they did a big crocodile's head that you went in the mouth of and stuff like that. And it's if you have artistic talents, you can definitely use them, but it's not a requirement. But it also means you don't have to just look at Minecraft building videos to become a better builder. You can just look at traditional art things. Look at videos about color theory. Watch videos on color theory and contrast and blending from a traditional art perspective. Look at different mediums and how they work and why. And you can take some of those lessons and apply them into Minecraft builds. You can look at story building videos, story making, world building stuff for D&D or fantasy novels and things like that. One of my favorite things I love to do is make a world, make a story, is actually world build. And that helps me with what my builds are, to put the lived-in element, to think of what builds to do and how to do them, and linking my builds together in story and lore. Like, there's so many different sources on how to get better at art, because Minecraft building is art. So you don't have to just look at Minecraft videos and Minecraft tutorials on how to get better. They're also worth doing, but definitely also look at just color theory, on things about landscapes, on landscape painting. See like how they do things, what their thought processes are, like why they choose to like pop certain things and how they highlight stuff. And then you can put that into your building, into doing landscaping and stuff like that. Like, just because this is one art medium does not mean we have to only look at this art medium. So now we've got kind of this in place. Let's just start kind of breaking off chunks of the wall. So it's a little more kind of rubbly. Hey, my dude. And if you are finding all this advice helpful, or if it's just overwhelming, that's totally fine. It's totally fine if it's overwhelming. It's awesome if it's helpful. I've thrown a lot of information in a short period of time, and you don't have to take any of it on board at all. Like, I'm realistically just rambling as I build. But there's definitely, if you are looking to improve as a builder, there's so many resources, both in Minecraft and also just in the art world, for various mediums. And another cool thing, for instance, like B-Dubs thinks about, is because he was a contractor, like he was a building contractor before he went full-time with YouTube. Something that's really interesting that he does is he thinks about how actual buildings are constructed, and he finds a way to try and replicate that and make it seem a bit more realistic. Make it seem a bit more realistic, but also add some details. And like, whether or not it's realistic in how it's implemented, it can really make a big difference. And like, he started implementing some things from that recently, and it's like, that's a really cool thing that he added. And now I've started doing some of that stuff. And it's definitely worth just watching people who are good builders and see what they do. But also think about their thought processes, what their background is that allows them to bring that history to it. And then think about your background, what your profession is, what your interests are, what your passion is. I'm going to turn the music down a smidge. And see how you can implement that into your building, what knowledge you have. Like what your personal experiences in life can bring to Minecraft building, can bring to the art. Because everyone will have some kind of knowledge about something that may be relevant. Whether it's artistic background, construction background, just interest in world building, in stories, even in like sci-fi or fantasy books like I am. Like, I come in with knowledge of fantasy because I'm a big D&D nerd and all that stuff. And so I use that to help influence what I build, how I build, things that I add to it. One of my builds recently in my Ice Kingdom is very heavily inspired from a fantasy TV show. And I just figured out how to make it look good. Let's go roads, absolutely. We're working on the pathways between the farmland at the moment. And I've just kind of been talking about building and how to get better as a builder, my advice on things, and just kind of talking about happiness. Now we're just going to kind of go in with some walls now in various spots. We're kind of going for the kind of broken down English cobblestone kind of style countryside roads. These stairs are a little bit higher than I want them to be, so let's just kind of keep them at ground level. And we're going to do like a different road style for the main village, but this is just like the kind of dirt road for the actual farmhouse that will lead to all the farms and things through the different fields. And we don't need everything to be filled up. We don't need the whole thing to be all like done and ready. Like we can have gaps between the walls. And it's probably recommended. Yes, for sure, inspiration in building is important. Absolutely. And like there's lots of inspirational sources and ways to get better with YouTube. One with some various YouTubers, which I recommended a few for getting better at this particular style of building, of like villages and towns. But also just thinking about art as well, because Minecraft building is an art form. And like it is a type of art, and you can watch videos on art in general. Like you can watch videos on color theory, on contrast, on highlights, on landscapes, and take inspiration from that, and take lessons from there, and put that into your Minecraft building. And also thinking about what you've done, what your hobbies are, your interests outside of Minecraft, your career. For instance, B-Dubs, B-Dubs, he was a contractor, and he uses his knowledge on how houses and buildings are actually created to help inform his builds. I have my knowledge of like contrast and color theory from doing mini painting and stuff like that. And like thinking about what your job is, your career, your hobbies, your passions, and seeing if there's something relevant that you have in a knowledge base that you can add to your building. I'm really clearing out a lot more wall in this run. And it's really cool. It's like, I love thinking about art and how the brain comprehends things, because a lot of the time with art, you just need to know how to make the brain think something, as opposed to have to actually achieve it. Like, the brain is very smart in the fact if you give it the right stimulus, it'll just go, yep, that's what it is. Like, for instance, with my mini painting, I painted a dress grey, but then I highlighted just the top with purple, and it made your eye go, yes, that dress is purple. And I love like how the brain works in regards to art and color and things. I remember there was a piece of graffiti near where I used to work. Let's just get rid of the wall there. There was a bit of graffiti near where I used to work. Maybe a little bit. And from one angle, as you're walking up towards it, it just looked like an exclamation mark. But then when you got closer and rounded the corner, it revealed another bit of graffiti that was a lamp. and it made the exclamation mark suddenly, instead of looking like an exclamation mark, suddenly your brain started reading it as a lamp. And the brain is just really fascinating and interesting when it comes to art and how it reads things, represents things. And there's just so many different interesting tricks and ways to think about how the brain does things in order to make things. Like, doing interiors in Minecraft is ridiculous because, like, we're using things that are so clearly not what we're trying to represent, but you're like, oh yeah, that's absolutely a knife, a knife on a table. That's a wood cutting area. Like, we can just take all this stuff that the builder is putting down and be like, yeah, that's it. That's a grandfather clock. and you're immersed because your brain like looks at the stimulus and is like, yeah, I see what you're putting down. Here you go. I feel like the deep slate probably is a bit too dark, but I don't feel like changing it now. Like, I think this probably would look better with just cobble, but eh. I think I just need to get rid of a bunch of it and just have a lot less wall. Because I think it's just a bit much. And it might, you know, be completely different when we get once we get our fields in, and it will be. And that's definitely something that from my like mini painting and stuff is you spend all this work like constructing a base for it to stand on, and it's like, oh, it's gotta be perfect. It's gotta be perfect. It's gotta be perfect. This feels like it's too much. This feels like it's standing out. But at the end of the day, it's not the focal piece. It isn't the focal piece. What is realistically going to stand out the most is the fields. So, while doing the walls and the path is important, it's not the focal piece, and it's just there to add authenticity to the fields, just to make it more detailed and look a little bit better. And so, if you don't have it perfect, that doesn't matter. Like, it does not matter in the slightest. Because it's not the focal point, and realistically, once you've got everything in place, your brain is not going to focus on the things that you're currently focusing on. Because at the moment, it is the thing that is big, bright, and in your face and demanding attention. But once we get everything in place, that will not be the case anymore. So if you're doing a big kind of combined piece like this with lots of pieces that's big and kind of can be distracting from one another, it's important to keep that in mind. That while you may look at something and be like, oh, this is way too much right now, when you actually get everything in place, it's just going to blend into the background. Now let's grab some slabs, and we will layer these a little bit higher on the walls. Not on all of them, but a good amount. Do 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 do. Ba-da-dun-dun-dun. Ba-no-mo. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. Yeah, so we just want to kind of create a kind of crumbling little wall here. And so even though we're not completely filling in the wall, we're creating kind of an abstract appearance of a full wall. And our brain will just kind of be like, yep, cool, that's a wall. Even though we're just doing like kind of chunks here and there. Little blobs. And while I do think this wall is a bit much with the deep slate, I think it probably will be fine. Need some Gothic lampposts lining the path. Probably not for this area, but we will for the main village. This is just like the kind of dirt path that's connecting all the fields for the farm. So we will have some Gothic lampposts and stuff, but not here. We don't want too many details on this path in general because the focal point is going to be the fields themselves. It's hard to know which areas you haven't done. I think we've done all of them. Now we're just going to go back in with some walls. Just do some additional little details. And because we've got all these kind of holes and spots just to break up the wall a bit, it means we don't really have to think, are you going to do any type of palette for the road? So for this road we've got coarse dirt and stuff which we're using, and we'll texture in like some, maybe some podzol or just like some brown concrete powder for the main village roll. Yeah, we'll definitely use some rooter dirt for that. The main village road we're going to be using primary of the top face of basalt. We will definitely throw in some like cobblestone as well in that. Maybe some tuff. The texturing will be the last stage. Once we get all the fields in, then we'll go through, we'll texture the wall, we'll texture the path, and then we might throw in some things like some wheelbarrows and some scarecrows, just some extra details, maybe like a tree here and there. Maybe like we could put like a tree like in the middle of the field here, kind of hanging its shade over. And the walls just really help on kind of rounding kind of spots out a bit. And the best thing is, because we're like, this is just a creative build, this isn't for us to play in at all, we don't necessarily have to worry about how usable the road is. Like, we don't have to worry too much about getting about blocking the usage of the path with the decoration, because we're just not going to use it. We're primarily going to fly above it. I don't often do these kinds of styles of paths, of like the kind of English cobblestone style thing, crumbling stone. Often I'll do like fences and leaves, or walls and leaves and stuff like that. But so I'm not the best at these type of walls because I just don't do them that often. But I'm trying to get better at them and use them a bit more. Alright, let's say that's probably pretty good for that. Oh, absolutely. It's definitely good to challenge yourself. Like, I've come a long way as a build. I've been playing this game for about 10, 11 years now, and I was always a redstoner. I was always a redstoner before, but in the last 2 years, I have really focused on my building, and I have come so far with my building in the last 2 years, and I'm really happy with where I am, like how I am with the builder, and I love pushing myself. But also, like a lot of people, I'm also terrified to push myself because I'm a massive perfectionist. And I don't want to do it bad. Yeah, the game is honestly so beautiful if you do it right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's really nice actually coming in as a being a builder with the knowledge of being a redstoner, with a redstoner at heart. It's weird because like I don't do a whole lot of redstone anymore, but when I do, it's usually to make my aesthetics functional and do cool stuff without impeding the aesthetics. So like making a super smelter that works with me throwing items into the actual forge and stuff like that, which is actually harder than I thought it was going to be. I want that to be turned around, like that. There we go, that's better. Alright, but now, let's figure out what fields we want. What time is it? It's 10:30. I'm good to keep going at the moment. So let's grab some signs. So I kind of really like the idea of this being a wheat field here. I wasn't necessarily planning on doing wheat, but I love the idea of having this well being surrounded by wheat. I think it would look really, really good. I really want to get, I really want a couple netherwort farms. I think that'll look really good. That's what I need to work on. Lol, my redstone skills are lacking. Yeah, it's super important. Adds a whole new level of intricacy. It's really fun, especially like with bases and stuff. Like I love like doing weird contraptions and things, and like I love like, as I was saying in chat last night, I am obsessed with making auto brewers for some reason. Actually, what I'm thinking is, what if we did maybe, because I kind of want netherwort to be kind of the one of the bigger ones, because it's just such a really good kind of pop of red color. So let's not make the middle one netherwort. Let's make that one and this one netherwort. And then maybe this one could be like a wither rose plot, and maybe maybe beetroot or rose bushes. Maybe even sweet berries could be interesting. Yeah, one of the big things with redstone that I have, that's my big advice of learning redstone, is never follow a redstone tutorial directly into your world. Always into your survival world. Always build it first in creative, and then fly around it, figure out how it works, and then rebuild it in survival by referring to your creative world replica as opposed to following the tutorial again. And it's going to mean you're not just replicating something, walking away, and having no idea, and like not improving your redstone skills at all. Because that's what often happens with tutorials: is people will just replicate stuff, they won't take any of the information into their head, and they'll just forget it. They'll have something cool in their world, but they won't know how to replicate it again. Whereas if you build it in a creative world, try and figure out how it works to the best of your ability, and then replicate it from that world, it will help a lot. Because you'll also, even if you don't figure out how it works, you'll still memorize circuits by doing it that way. Like you'll memorize a smart dropper circuit that will automatically spit items out by when there's something in the dropper, or a standard item sorter and stuff like that. So even if you don't necessarily know how they work, you'll memorize useful circuits that you can incorporate into different contraptions. And like, one of the big things of being a good redstoner is generally you know how to do things in a really simple way. And you can do some really complex contraptions. But one of the big things of I'll remember that. I do I've built a lot, but not redstone, yeah. And one of the big things that I notice with people who aren't that good at redstone is they will overcomplicate their redstone because they don't know how to do it simply. But they know if they combine this circuit, this circuit, this circuit, this circuit, this circuit, it'll get the job done. And that's fun. Like, do that. Like, it doesn't matter if your redstone is simple and it's janky and complex. If it works, it works. You're not putting out a tutorial. But by doing that, you will learn more and get better. And then through time, I looked at one of my contraptions I did a year and a half ago, and I'm like, why on earth is that there? That is completely redundant. Like, this line of redstone, this whole thing that I put so much work into figuring out is completely redundant, and it doesn't need to be there at all. Alright, so let's start just doing some fields, shall we? I feel like I need the whip field planting thing. If you have any advice about comparators, look, yeah, comparators are very complex. There is a lot of functions to them, and I don't understand all of them. But there are a few things that are definitely worth knowing. So let's... We're actually going to take a quick break from doing this, because I'm going to just pop into my creative building world real quick. And we're going to do a little bit of talking on comparators. I know I've got a lot of lurkers at the moment, so I'm sure K-Dog is one of the main people who's watching, so I'm kind of okay with just changing tact real quick, doing the very ADHD thing. Here is my redstone testing world. This is probably about 2 years old. Alright, so... if we just pull a thingamawatsie over... I did have like a full like redstone education area set up, but then I like... my hard drive got wiped. I don't have it anymore, so I lost like 6 months of this world, but I luckily, 6 months before that happened, sent it to a friend, so... But, the comparator. So, one of the main functions that you'll use for a comparator is reading inventories. So let's just use a hopper because it's a small thing. And if I am to, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and we'll grab some redstone lamps as well. So a comparator will output a different strength signal depending on how full, like what percentage of fullness the inventory it is reading is giving off. So if I do that, I haven't put any redstone down. It is putting out a signal of 1. If I put in the full stack, it's a signal of 3. Another stack, we've got 6. And if I fill it up completely, it'll be 15. And obviously, a redstone line can't go longer than 15. Now, another really useful thing with comparators is, funnily enough, they compare signals. So if I were to have, say, a redstone block behind this comparator that is digging into the side of the main comparator is outputting a signal of 15, which means this is comparing what's behind it to what is here, and if this is stronger or the same, it will output. So this will only output a signal if the hopper is full. And so, for instance, if you want something that isn't just on or off if it's full, you could then take a hopper and be like, let's put like 2.5 stacks in this hopper. And then once we get past that point, like that's the same. I cannot tell you how to use the subtract mode properly, but that is one of the main functions that you use for comparators. The other is for pulse extenders. So a really handy thing, as well as clocks, and we'll do that as well. One of the big things with pulse extenders is, so a comparator, so let's talk about repeaters for a second and how they differ from a comparator as well. So regardless of what strength signal you give a repeater, it will put out a signal of 15. I think I actually, do I have a resource pack for this? I do have a redstone utility pack. Yeah, let's throw that on. That'll make things a bit easier. So regardless of the signal, it's going to put out 15, which that is barely visible on the iron. And like if I were to do that and bring the signal back 1, even though going behind it, like that's 15 and then 14 we'd have, it's still 15. However, a comparator will always output the signal it's receiving. So this is receiving 14, it's going to output 14. And so if you were to do something like this, and then we put a button, it's going to extend the signal. Because what's happening is the signal is going to here, so let's say here. So this is going 15, 15, 15. Then when it goes to the next piece of redstone, it decays down. So we go 14, 14, 14, 13, 13, 13, 12, 12, 12, 11, 11, 11, 10, 9, 8. And it makes the pulse go down, decay over a little bit of time, so it extends the pulse. And one of the other big things that comparators are used for are clocks. And what's happening is the redstone is coming out at 15, going down, down. It's comparing here, and then it's saying, oh no, this isn't strong enough, so it turns it off. It stops outputting the signal, and then it just cycles on and on and again. And like this particular setup doesn't tend to work on servers, but generally if you want to do a server, you can do something like that. And that's how you can do something like a smart dropper setup, because it's going to read the dropper, and then if I were to grab, say, a target block and do that, because target blocks are really good for redstone because they will redirect a redstone line to them. So you'll see this is currently doing that, but if I put a target block, it points there. If I were to just use an iron block, it wouldn't power the iron block here, but it does power the target block, which will power this. So now if I were to put a stack of droppers in here, it's reading that there's items in that dropper, and then it's doing the clock, and it's just spitting it out. And for that, it needs to be in subtract mode. I really don't understand subtract mode very well, but there are lots of videos on comparators as well. It's also more a big thing with subtract mode is I don't do anything that needs it. So I haven't really properly implemented it and learned how it works in a practical sense. But that's kind of a crash course on comparators. A really good thing for comparing signal strength in a really nice variable way is a lectern, because a lectern will output a signal depending on what page you're on. So if I do a book and quill, and I do, say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, and then put that in here, I can set perfectly what signal strength I want the comparator to be putting out, that it has to equal or better from the other comparator. Lecterns are really, really good for that. And so, for instance, I've got a really complex minigame that I've made here, and I've got a lot of things that have, like, lecterns comparing comparator signals to let things through and stuff like that. And it's very useful. I've got, like, a comparator decay pulse extender here. This is actually a counter that uses comparators, so it detects when this has items in it, and then when it's empty, and then when this has items in it, it pushes the block back and forth. And it has clocks and all of the stuff. And comparators are a big part of it, and they seem really complex, and they are really complex, but if you learn the basic and useful ways and how they function, then they, like, as long as you learn the practical aspects of it, you don't even necessarily need to know how they work. But one of the big ultimate things that use comparators, do I have a basic item sorter around somewhere? Probably. Here, this is a basic item sorter. And so how the basic item sorter works, because that is very comparator, is it's reading this, and this is the maximum amount of items before it changes the signal strength from 2 to 3. And when it hits 3, it hits that, which turns this off, which stops powering this block, which unlocks this hopper, which allows it to take one item through and put it in the chest, and then it goes back to that number. And the reason why we have this system and how that works is because if we were to, say, only have one item here, then if this filled up completely, then it would output more than 3, which would then mess with the systems adjacent to it if you have it tiled. And yeah, it's it's a very, very usable and helpful block. And it has a lot of really good uses to it. But it's not quite as complicated as it seems. But let's go back to making some farms. think Bubbles is asleep. Yeah, all good, man. All good. Always happy to impart my wisdom. So let's figure out some water placement and stuff. Actually, what I'm gonna do game rule. Random tick speed, and I'm gonna set it to 0. Because this doesn't have to be functional. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to just turn the tick rate off, because then it won't convert to, like, the farmland won't dry out and break. And we're just gonna till the thing. And then we can turn the tick rate back on later, once we've got all the crops in. Yeah, like, I love redstone, I love coding, and just technical things, and the engineering side of Minecraft I always have. I love being able to go, I want to achieve this weird thing, and be able to do it. I really wish I had that knowledge to be able to do that in real life. But I don't. I have no idea how anything works in real life in order to make kind of mechanisms and stuff. I wish I did, but I don't. But I love being able to do that in Minecraft and be like, I want to do this thing, and then figure out how to do it. Like, what did I design the other day? Yeah, I designed a new auto brewer the other day. And I straight up was sitting the other day and was just had an idea for yet another auto brewer, and I was like, okay, I kind of want to do it this way. How do I achieve that? What concepts do I need to put in play in order for that to work? And so I straight up pulled up the notes app on my phone, went to the drawing area, and just like started sketching some very rough, like, mind diagrams kind of thing of just a concept of, like, what needed to flow to what and stuff like that, so I could then figure out how to connect it as an actual circuit. Because I love using weird things as timers, as opposed to using standard, like, hopper clocks, which most people do. I love just doing weird things for timers, so I had to figure it out. And I wanted to do it based on setting a configurable timer, as opposed to doing so that is netherwort, that is flowers, netherwort, and this might be beetroot or it might be roses. We'll leave that for now, and we'll just start planting the weed. Like, I'll come up with a concept and my mind will just sit and whir on problem solving and figuring out how to do it, and how to do it either in a simple way or an interesting way. Because, like, I've done an auto brewer that does auto detect when it's on its last brewing operation, but I wanted to do it in a different way. So I came up with a configurable timer. And, like, I designed a door a long time ago that was, okay, I can't really use a pressure plate here to close my door behind me, but I'd like to. I'd like redstone to do that automatically for me. So how do I make an observer do this for me? Because the problem with using an observer to detect the door and then close it is the observer will also detect the door closing. So you need to, like, lock repeaters and stop the signal going through when you don't want it to. It's an interesting challenge. And people are like, why did you do that? And it's like, well, it was interesting. I enjoyed it. And now, like, I don't do a huge amount of redstone these days because I'm a lot more interested in the building aspect of things. at the moment, but I'm sure I'll get back to being a bit more balanced in time. Observers are awesome. I do love observers. They are a very wonderful way for compacting redstone. It's like, I want this to be one wide high and tileable. The answer? Observers. And sometimes, rarely, sometimes if you feel like looking like a professional, powered rails. I felt like a true professional redstoner the other day when I used powered rails to transmit my redstone signal so that it would be tileable. Alright, that's that. Now we're going to turn our random tick speed back up to like 3000, which I think it was at. Yeah. You're still using observers to detect, to essentially... Because redstone dust isn't tileable because it'll just go to the next one over. Whereas if you have a line of redstone rails, you put a signal with an observer up into the redstone rail, it'll go across the line, and then you detect that with another observer, and it puts the signal downwards. Okay, so now we want to do some nether wart. So what I'm going to do is something very similar to what we did before. For the path, I'm going to do fill, tilde, 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 and we're going to go soul sand, and I'm going to go, say, -5, -1, -5, 5, -1, 5, and then in a kind of radius of 5 blocks around us, it should replace the ground with soul soil. Actually, let's just make that tilde. Because the soul soil puts us down slightly. And we can fix this up later, because it's going to mess up things with our path and all that jazz, but it just saves a bit of time. There is no undo, but I can do a... Yeah. Oops. That's a good majority of that done. Yeah, I love it too. I love just like chill folk music instrumentals. It's what I generally listen to. I generally listen to more like Celtic folk music instrumentals when I'm not streaming, but this I got from like YouTube Studio. If you've got, I know you do stuff for YouTube, so I thoroughly recommend YouTube Studio. They've got a like a music library that you can use. And it's just a bunch of royalty-free music that you don't have to accredit, and like you can search by by genre, by mood, bunch of different things, and it's really, really useful. And then you download it, and I just play it using VLC. I've just got a playlist. The playlist is only like an hour and a half, but you know, it's fine. Yeah, so I think the genre for this is folk music and country, which I wish that was split, but yeah, it's really cool. It's definitely recommended. Alright, that's that one. What time is it for you at the moment, K-Dog? Just pouring myself another glass of the blood of my enemies. It's 8 AM. Look, I'm sure you went to bed at a very strange time, so... and needed to sleep for a good long time. Ugh. I know you followed, but I do have a Discord, in which you can hang out with me and all my peeps if you want to be part of the Laffy Kingdom. Yeah, like some PM, that's fair. And we currently have a poll going. Whoops. We currently have a poll going of whether my next world that I will start on Monday will be hardcore or regular survival. So if you want to be, God, already joined? Yeah. So if you want to be involved in that vote, definitely worth putting it in. It is in the polls channel. I'm waiting for you to make some laughy memes after I just sassed you so much with memes last night. I'm really I learnt way too much about how to do video, photo editing from that, and I've learned a good amount. I've slowly developed some skills and stuff over the last little bit because I do will do survival for me. I need some long-term builds, absolutely, man. Well, I mean, I was hoping that it would be a lot more long-term. I thought I'd last longer than 111 days. I need soul speed on. / enchant, so laugh a lot. Soul speed 3. Much better. Oops. Oops. Yeah, well, I've been doing the photo editing a lot for my stream announcements. I've been making stuff with screenshots or relevant stuff to the previous stream. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. But I don't stream on YouTube anymore, so it doesn't really matter. I just chuck my VODs on there. I might do a world tour on YouTube at some point in the next few days, but we'll see on that. Because I've converted my hardcore world, to just a creative world now. So I can fly around and take screenshots and things, so I might do a world tour. For YouTube, but I don't know. I've definitely got a stupid video that I want to put on there. Yeah. I actually started out streaming on YouTube the first couple weeks, and there were a few issues with it that I didn't like, and so I changed over to Twitch. The main reason I didn't want to do Twitch in the first place was I don't like the morals and ethics of Amazon, and I didn't want to put money into their pocket if I could help it. but YouTube just was not a great platform to start as a streamer on. I'm sure it's good for people with established YouTube channels. It seems really good for those with established YouTube channels, but if you don't have that, it's really crap. There's no growth there. Oh, I just swore. Didn't mean to. Yeah, it's late. Hopefully it's fine. Do. It's just the best platform in my opinion, but not the best morals and stuff, so I understand fully, yeah. So that's why I tried to do YouTube to start with, but I was getting... The only people I was seeing were people I already knew personally, and I was getting really good numbers and active chat and stuff, but I just wasn't getting any growth. So it was like... And with keeping in mind that I'd only been going for about 2 weeks, but I felt like I should have had more growth than I had. I wasn't really getting subscribers on my streams, and the ones that I maybe got 3 or 4 subs that I didn't know personally, so... Not that there's much of a change with that on Twitch for me, but hopefully that'll change too. It's just a more enjoyable platform to be on regardless because of the community element when it comes to raids and all of that. So I'm just preferring it a lot more, even just for the community aspect. And there's just a lot more you can do on Twitch than on YouTube. Yeah, it is. And it's disappointing. They've got... One of the big issues, one of the massive issues with YouTube, though, is the monetization as a new streamer. Because on Twitch, you can become affiliate at 50 followers. Whereas on YouTube, you need 1,000 subscribers. And for a new streamer, it means you're gonna be going, at least a year before you can monetize your channel. Whereas, because the monetization of videos is different regardless when it comes to streaming and videos on YouTube, because you make money as a streamer by getting super chats and members and that kind of stuff. You don't get it from ad revenue. So they could easily just be if you're streaming, they could very easily just change the the monetization requirements for streamers, but And most of the audience is on Twitch anyway. Generally you go to YouTube to watch a stream because someone you liked has sent out a notification that they're live there. As opposed to going to YouTube for, to find a stream to watch, like you will do on Twitch. And, I really noticed, because I tried to, find, YouTube streams of Minecraft to watch, to try and support the community I was trying to be a part of. But, all of the Minecraft streams that were on YouTube were just weird. Most of the streams in my time zone, when I was looking, they were just weird. They were not standard Minecraft streams. It was just really strange content. Yeah, absolutely. And YouTube's trying to get into that market, and they are implementing features and stuff over time to make it a better platform for streaming. But you know, like they're going, like I know they're introducing the ability to gift memberships, which is the equivalent of a sub on Twitch, this year. But yeah, it's just at the moment it seems like they're only putting stuff in place for people who are streaming with an established fan base. Like they're not a platform. Like they're a platform for YouTubers. Like if you're not already a YouTuber, don't stream it. Which is unfortunate. But it's also like, if you want the audience to go there, we need more people going there to stream. But it's just not worth it. And as much as I'm not here for success or money and stuff like that, I still want people to find me. Like, I still want growth. Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of interesting stuff behind stuff, and there's so many morals in today's world. Like I know you were talking about Chick-fil-A on your stream yesterday, and it's like, yeah, as far as I've heard, Chick-fil-A is really good, but also they actively try to put down homosexual people. It's like, well, and like you don't want to support them because of that. And there's so many things like that, you know, like J.K. Rowling being against trans people. Il Mango has recently outed himself as a TERF as well, which is disappointing. And it's hard. It's really hard. Like Streamlabs is apparently like really dodgy as a company and has like stolen a bunch of stuff from people. And sometimes you have to just forsake your morals and your values to just do what you have to do. Like, I could have like stuck around on YouTube for a year and tried to make it, but it just was not worth it. So you suck up your morals and you do what you need to do for your own survival. It's like there's that excellent scene from The Good Place, where it's like there's a sandwich that if you eat it, it means you hate gay people, but it tastes so good. That's something I find really weird about America, is the fact that you call burgers sandwiches. It's just weird to me. That and the obsession with ranch. Yeah. Absolutely. No, it's just a chicken burger. It's not a sandwich, it's a chicken burger. A sandwich is like... A sandwich involves bread, not buns. It's like, I think it's just like, yeah, yes, they are a bakery bread product, but like a sandwich is something with like 2 pieces of sliced bread. A burger is something that has a bun. Well, a burger bun, not a hot dog bun, obviously. What? I don't even know what a beef sandwich is, because I'm generally when I see like Americans talk about sandwiches, like in a burger context, it's generally chicken. Is a beef sandwich different to a beef burger? Because like we have steak sandwiches here, and they're awesome. But it's an actual sandwich. It has bread. Yeah. But it can also be like, you can also have like, you know, a piece of like minute steak on a sandwich. You can also have like, you know, you can also have a full fucking like chicken schnitzel on a sandwich. Realistically, the main difference between a burger and a sandwich is just it being a bun or sliced bread. And I know Australians have weird ways of saying some things too, but like, I feel like America are just like very like different. Well, but like your chicken sandwiches that you get from like fast food places generally come on buns. What I said was going to be here with the roses. I reckon let's make this soul soil. And we need to go back to the -1 here because soul soil is the height of a block. Okay, yeah. I mean, all Macca's buns are realistically... Sorry, McDonald's. We call it Macca's here. Buns are realistically sweet buns. We shorten everything if we can get away with it. I love the fun fact that a Macca's cheeseburger, if it didn't have the pickle, it would be classified as a dessert. Because there's so much sugar in the buns. They have to have the pickle or else it's classified as a dessert. Which is just wild. I don't know if that's the same in America, because I know you have less strict food laws here, but we have really strict food laws here. Yeah, we have very strict like food laws and standards and labeling laws as well. Oh, McDonald's breakfast is great. I'm just never awake enough, early enough for it. And they've stopped doing all-day breakfast again. Tell you what though, like, as much as all-day breakfast was amazing, I'm so glad I wasn't working there at the time. I cannot imagine having to work there for all-day breakfast. Cause I used to work at Macca's, but that was before all-day breakfast. Because, like, we barely had enough grills for everything without it. Where do I work right now? I don't. No, I'm comfortable saying. I talk about my mental health a lot. I think it's important to share. I have really bad mental health. I suffer from pretty bad depression and anxiety, a lot of which is work-related. And so I have been unemployed for the last year and a half, 2 years now. Which is why I've had so much time to dedicate to learning how to be a good builder. Because Minecraft is my main, like, coping mechanism. And so I spend a lot of time playing. But yeah, currently my fiance Bubbles keeps us afloat. And our government welfare is a joke. It is an absolute joke. It's like, what's that? Your fiance earns a whopping entry-level salary? Oof, that's too much money for us to get. That's enough to support you with. It's like, no, it's not. But I've done sales, I've done warehouse work, I've done Macca's, I've done music stuff, acting gigs. I like bouncing from thing to thing. Yeah, streaming has helped a lot. It's really having me feel quite fulfilled, which I haven't felt in a very long time. I have recently finally started getting around to seeing a therapist, which is really good. I've finally gotten around to doing that, so that's really good as well. I think it's important to share this kind of stuff. Not as a like trauma dump thing or a pity thing, just so other people can so other people that are going through it can see that other people have it, and that other people are going through similar things, and it helps destigmatize it, because talking about it is so important. Like, if you hide the fact that you have depression and anxiety instead of actually dealing with it, it's so much worse. It is just so much worse. And, like, I am always, like, fairly open book. Like, with my ADHD and everything, I have a tendency to overshare and things like that. And I'm happy to kind of use that to spread awareness and make sure people know they're not alone. And, like, I struggle to sleep and all that kind of stuff, and I like to try and kind of overcompensate with that by making sure all of my viewers are really like happy and healthy, and I try to make sure they think about stuff that made them smile in the day and things like that. Like, I struggle, so I want to make sure that other people don't, to the best of my ability. Like, I just want to share that love and kindness and compassion that we all need. Like, I just try to bring just a little bit of joy and happiness to everyone's day. And I know you were saying you like to do the same thing. Like, I'm doing this because I want to entertain people and I want to bring joy. I've always been an entertainer regardless. Like, every single like dream job I've ever had has been about entertaining people one way or another. I know when I was like in primary school I wanted to be a comedian. Like, I've wanted to do filmmaking, acting. I've wanted to be like a kids performer, a musician. Always something that involves entertaining people. I actually tried to do a YouTube Let's Play 7 years ago, which I have unlisted all of the videos. Not that they're bad, it's just I have a new brand and a new thing that I'm trying to start up, so I wanted to unlist it all. Absolutely, man. And you know, I was around your age when I did my Let's Play. I was around 2021. But it was also a really bad time for it because it was during 1.8, which was when a lot of people stopped being interested in Minecraft. There was a really big kind of loss of interest within the game. Do I want to do roses? I think let's do beetroot. Bring in that little bit of green. So like a lot of like people, yeah, that's when I stopped as well. I stopped around 1.9, I think. The thing that I found with the videos was I'm really bad with consistency, and I'm not very good at keeping myself accountable. And having an audience is really good for keeping yourself accountable. But when you don't have an audience yet, you have to just grind and grind without people to let down. And that's really hard. With streaming, I have people that come every time and watch, and we hang out and we chat. And one, it's really fun. I absolutely love it. Whereas I did not really enjoy... I didn't like how I had to play to do a Let's Play, and I didn't necessarily want to do the video editing side of things as much as I had to. I want to do the tick speed again. There. Because I found when doing a Let's Play, you very much have to play very project-based, and it's like, oh, you've got to do this project, you've got to get all the resources you need for it, you need to know what you're doing ahead of time. As opposed to just winging it and playing how you want to do, and it's like, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll spend a day working on this project, and then I won't touch it for like a month. And I didn't like how I had to play, and I didn't really like the element of it. Whereas with streaming, I can just jump around and do whatever I want to do at any time. No, absolutely. But like, there's a lot more instant gratification with streaming, which makes it a lot easier. Makes it a lot easier. And also, like, there's much more of a community element being a new streamer than there is being a new YouTuber, because you've got rating and all the other stuff, and you can hang out in other streamers' chats that have rated you like we do to each other. And yeah, it's just much better, like, community-based. Like, I never used to watch Twitch or streams, but I do a lot more of it these days. After one of my partners, I am polyamorous. One of my partners, Nightcur, who also streams, they started streaming. And what are you doing here? They started streaming a little bit before me, but they'd been planning to stream for like 6 months, whereas like I decided to stream like a month before I started streaming. But they started maybe a couple weeks before I did, and watching them, it was just like, yeah, it really got me into watching streams. Yeah, it makes it much easier to stay on. Yeah, like you can grind for 12 hours straight on the same world day after day, and the community's great. Yeah, absolutely. I do think it's important though that like, I really enjoy that I do have my own separate server that I play on that I don't stream on, because it means I can still have Minecraft as my hobby. Like I get to play that on my own time. Like, and I'm not there trying to work towards a certain project or anything like that. I'm just there to hang out with my mates. And I think that's really important for me. Because, you know, when you're streaming on a world, and like, so the Minecraft, like my hardcore world and my new world will be the same of, I only play on that world when I'm streaming. And so it means everything I do on that world is very project focused and productivity focused. Whereas I am probably one of the least productive people in this game. Like, genuinely. I'm so unproductive in Minecraft. I spend so much time just like jumping around on my builds and flying around and doing nothing. Doing absolutely nothing. So it's nice having a world where, well, I can still do stuff, and I do still do like really big and cool projects. I'm really loving that world that I'm playing on. But I don't have to be productive all the time, whereas I feel like I have to be super productive all the time on stream. And it also means that, like, because I'm not playing that world off stream, it means I'm not just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go play in this world and grind for a project I want to do. Like, I'm still, like, it's not, my personal hobby time of playing Minecraft isn't about the stream. It's purely about my hobby and my enjoyment. Not that I have a huge amount of time to play in it these days. I do a lot of work for stuff on the stream. Like, I spent all day freaking editing the freaking memorandum video for Chocolate Beans, our axolotl, who is now lost forever because we lost the hardcore world. Which... is one of the funniest things I've ever done in my life. It's so funny to me. I spent a weird amount of time on it, but I loved every second of it. I've played it several times through the stream. It makes me laugh. It's also a really good time for me to pour myself a new drink. Because I came out today, I was just chilling on the couch, and Bubbles like runs off into my art studio where we have our printer, and she comes back and she's just got this printed thing, which is the in memory of Chocolate Beans that appears at the end, and I just couldn't stop laughing. It was so funny, and I was like, oh no, I have to make a memorandum video. So I logged onto the world because I've converted it into a creative world, and just recorded Chocolate Beans for like a solid like 2 minutes. Found like the perfect sad song on YouTube Studio, and downloaded a new downloaded a video editing software, and tinkered around, figured out how to use it, because it was hardly something complicated. And all like the effects in it, like the vignette and the film grain, are all just like included in it. So it was pretty easy to do, but it was just so enjoyable. Yeah, we got the red, but we've also got a little bit of lush green in there. I like that. That's cool. I like that a lot. That's taking a remarkably long time to do this too. Like, the tick rate's at 3,000. Like, I know you're not hydrated, but come on, dude. I mean, as you learned last night, I love just, like, putting weird amount of work into, like, stupid jokes in a whim. Alright, that's kind of cool. That's looking kind of cool. I like that a lot. Oh, I haven't got the nether wart up here. And, like, I do, like, and most of the time, like, every once in a while, I won't, but generally, I'll, like, do, like, image editing thing for, like, my stream announcement and stuff, and, like, often I'll try to make that funny, and I have a lot of fun just, like, doing stupid stuff with that, too. And I've ended up just downloading a lot of weird brushes on GIMP. Because I use GIMP to do all my photo editing because it's free. And Photoshop is ridiculously expensive. But I've never really liked doing photo editing and stuff like that, but I'm really enjoying doing it. I'm only doing like really simple stuff anyway, but I'm really enjoying doing it at the moment for all this. So let's go through now and let's just do some texturing. So let's grab ourselves some coarse dirt. Not coarse dirt, the rooted dirt. The good stuff. I'm so glad it's so much easier to get now in 1.18. Like when they introduced it in 1.17 and it's like, this is the most expensive block in the game. It's a dirt block. Why is this so expensive? The nice thing about this road is I don't have to worry about it being super usable. It's so good. It's so good, man. I was just so mad that it was so expensive when it was first introduced. And I'm just kind of keeping the rooted dirt to the kind of edges. Because it's a bit more brighter. Oh, hanging roots are awesome. I just really think that you should be able to craft rooted dirt using dirt blocks and roots. Like, it really feels like something you should be able to do. Like, it just seems so logical that I actually thought it was a feature at the start, and then realized it wasn't. Like, I don't have to worry about putting slabs and stuff to change the elevation, which is nice because I'm never going to walk this on the regular. Yeah, I was annoyed having to find a azalea tree a few days ago after figuring that out. Yeah. Man, it took me so long to find a damn lush cave, because obviously, you know, I was building in a cave, I wanted to get the lush cave stuff. And it took me so long to find it. It was like, I want to do aesthetics in the cave, but I still haven't found moss and stuff. It took me so long, and we finally did it. And then like 3 days later, we died. Yeah, I have used chunk base. For the stream worlds, I'm trying not to... I don't really want to use the seed except for, like, slime farms. Like, I'd rather explore on camera and find what we need to find on camera. Because exploring streams are fun and you find lots of stuff. To me, it's just a matter of, like... I've gotten more into the exploration side of the game recently. I used to not like exploring because I'd played for so long and I want to have the things that I want, so I would use the seed and things like that to find the biomes I'm looking for. But also I used to go ahead and... I used to start a world with plans. I used to be like, yeah, I want to build in this biome, I want to build in that biome. But I don't have plans anymore when I join a world generally, because I find it really stilts me. So I explore until I find somewhere I want to settle down. I find somewhere that inspires me. And so I find on a big thing, I really don't need to see that much after that. Because, like, while I explore, I'll find other biomes, I'll find structures. Like, buried treasure isn't that hard to find. Like, you know, the more rare biomes can be really challenging, but, you know, you also don't really need them as much as, you know, it's like, oh god, like, you need a jungle and stuff, but realistically, the Wandering Trader, if you can't find a jungle, if you can't find a desert, you can get cactus, you can get all the sapling types, you can get bamboo. Like, at the end of the day, like, you don't have to explore. Like, if you can't find what you're looking for, you can get away without it. Like, other than for slime farms, other than to find slime chunks, just the seed just isn't as necessary as I think it used to be. But that's also a change in my playstyle. I used to be very, like, about efficiency and, like, oh, I want to get this done and do this. And now I'm very much like, I just want to take my time. I want to chill out, enjoy the world. And I think it's a very, like, Redstoner way to do things, is to just be like, yes, I have to make the world exactly in the image I want it, and I need to do it immediately. I don't want to explore. What are you talking about? I don't want to explore, I want to have what I need, and I want to automate it. But I find, like, as a builder, I'm just so much more chill about things. It's just like, yeah, I got time. Like, yeah, I'd like to have this stuff, but I'm just building a little house right now. Like, I think, because I always do, like, I generally do, like, a starter base as a village. And then, like, if the world is still going in a bit, then I'll move to, like, a main base. Which will still usually be a town or a city kind of vibe of, like, just lots of different buildings and things. And so generally by the time you're ready to do, like, the really big projects, you've explored plenty. Like, if you explore every little while, especially in streams, like, you'll generally find what you need. And I also don't tend to build with a lot of terracotta, so that also helps. I don't generally need to find mesas. Man, the Hardcore World seed was awesome. I had, like, a coral reef, a mushroom island, I had every type of tree near me. Like, I had a lot of really good stuff, like, nearby me. I'm super sad I lost it, but... I'm gonna grab some tuff now. And we're just going to go in and replace a little bit of the deep slate. Yeah, I had to travel 10,000 blocks to find terracotta yesterday, thank goodness for the nether. But the other really good thing is with Lush Caves, you can get a boatload of clay blocks, and you can just smelt them. You can just cook them up to terracotta. I saw on his last Hardcore World, Fwip, who's a YouTuber I thoroughly recommend if you like this kind of style of building of villages and towns. He, like, super... like, when I found him, my building just, like, immediately just shot up. Like, I used to really struggle with buildings and houses and stuff, and then I started watching Fwip and was like, ah, yes, now I do them. Need about 4 shulkers, didn't want to wait for smelting. It's fair, you need a super smelter, my dude. But he made a raid farm. A simple one, not one of the crazy ones that's like fully automatic. It's just you, yeah, it's just you, like, it's when you get Bad Omen, you go, you do 1 raid, and it brings all the guys to you. You can kill them and stuff to get totems. But what he did is, because he would get hero at the village, he had a thing of about, like, 50 mason villagers standing on hoppers, and he would just stand in the middle of them, and they'd throw clay blocks at him. And then he smelted it into terracotta. You know, it's not as efficient as having a mesa, but it's an interesting idea. And in the new update, as far as I'm aware, you're going to be able to automate clay, so that's going to be really cool as well. With like the mud and the dripping and stuff. The dried mud, I think, can get turned into clay blocks or something. At least that was in the initial release video. I don't know if that's still the case. The new blocks look really interesting and definitely in my vibe. I think like 118 was actually like the best. When I say 118, yeah, we're still streaming, man. It's 20 to 12. I'm still going. I'm just like having a good time doing landscaping, hanging out with you all. We've done a bunch of stuff. We've got our fields, our walls in place, our path. It's looking really cool, and just hanging out. It's a good time. Yeah, like it very much looks like there's going to be a new dimension with definitely looks like a portal in the new Deep Dark Cities. So that looks really cool. But 118, and when I say that I mean 117 and 118 combined, I think have been like one of the best updates for me, which is weird because I was not excited for it at all. Like when the release video came out for 118 for the Caves and Cliffs update, I was like, I'm not excited about this in the slightest. I'm excited to have grass carpet, but that is it. But it could also realistically be called the fantasy build update. Like, we got so many blocks and so much stuff for fantasy builders. And it's awesome. Like, we got a lot of really good stuff, and like I was like, oh, I do not care about a cave update. I really do not care. Like, I don't really cave. I don't want things to be harder for me in the early game. I just want to be able to mine and not worry about, you know, hitting the warden and the deep dark and stuff. But now the new cave update is here. I love caving. I really enjoy caving in the new update, and the new mountains are beautiful. And it's just awesome. I just love the new terrain generation. I love that they completely redid the terrain generation engine. Like, they redid a lot of stuff of like base game mechanic engine for 118, and it's awesome. I love the lighting change. Like, I could not be happier about the lighting change. It's so good. It's amazing. I mean, I think the best update will always be 1.5, but for me, because that was like the redstone update. That introduced redstone blocks, hoppers, comparators, a bunch of stuff. I think droppers as well. Oh, as well as like changing redstone from binary to digital, of it being either. It used to just be on or off, and then 1.5 made it variable between 1 and 15. Valid. But no, I definitely think 117/18 very much the fantasy builders update. And the 1.16 update was really good for that as well. Like we got like the Crimson and the Warped, and all the Nether blocks are also really good for fantasy. But I kind of think we're actually mostly done with this for tonight. I'm gonna grab that and a little bit of bone meal. Don't even know what that means. Sorry, what did I say? Just little patches of moss here in the garden area. Because while we're kind of going like a gothic kind of dead vibe, I still want these guys to have a really nice garden. Just because it's gothic doesn't mean they can't be happy. Doesn't mean they can't have like lush vegetation. This can be like a really nice like focal point of the village, because like a lot of things are going to be really gothic and dead, and this is just going to be a little bit vibrant and full of life. So I like this. I like this a lot. We've gotten a lot done today. Like, this has made a massive difference to the village. It's really started to make it feel really cool. So, what did we do today? We did the interior of the farmhouse. We've got our let's turn off the redstone utility pack from before. So we've got our little kitchen, the pantry, the kind of ice cold storage. We have our dining area, little storage nook. We have a little living area with a seat looking out of the window. We've got the master bedroom. Some more little storage space here. Kind of lookout spot to look out over the crop field. Then we also made the outhouse with the drop toilet, of course. I just need to... Ah, damn, I can't see myself from the outside. That's disappointing, but somebody once told me. We made this tool shed and stables so they could like pull a plow and plow the fields, and also take a cart with them to market, which we'll probably build over here on future when we do more like just like general town landscaping. We made a little tool shed. Now we just did a lot of like, spent a lot of time doing the path and the fields. I think we spent like 3 hours doing the fields tonight, but it's just been really fun. I've had a really good time just hanging with you all, just doing some building. Like doing just like chill landscaping like this is my favorite thing to do in this game. Like I love just landscaping, just really chill landscaping, making fields, paths, trees, gardens. I love it so much. It is so much fun for me. And it's really chill and relaxing. And it's so much fun. And if you are interested in it, but worried about it, I was always like, yeah, I want to do this. I want to be good at this. But I was so scared to give it a go because, like, because I didn't want to do it bad. Like, I was watching Scar, and, like, he was so amazing. Like, he was making a whole, like, custom, like, set of pirate islands and volcano. And it was amazing. And I was like, oh, I want to get into doing custom terrain and stuff. But I'm so worried about it. And then I just kind of started doing it, and it just went from there. And, like, you don't have to do super complex hand-built stuff like Scar does. You can just go around with some bone meal, do some paths, and do some, like, street lights, and just go from there. Do fields. Like, fields are a really easy thing. They take a little bit of time, but they're easy. They're not hard, but they do so much for an area. Custom trees are hard. I'm still not very good at custom trees, despite the amount of practice I've done on it. But the more you do, the better you get. You know. So what I want to do is let's throw on some good old-fashioned shaders. And let's have a quick look around. We're going to, do it at this time of day. We're going to have a look around at the fields. At the tool shed. The stables. We're going to go pop into our interior. Oh, the floor looks so vibrant with the shaders on. That's really cool, but does not really match the vibe that I was going for. Oh, yeah, though. That bamboo is struggling to render properly. Now the last thing I want to do on our shaders tour is we're going to go time, set, night. And we're going to have a look. So obviously we don't have any light going in here, which is fine, because we're in peaceful, we don't have to worry about mobs. I might actually throw some lichen on. So we've got like a little bit of glow happening. Just a really light, chill kind of glow. It also adds nice texture. I really love lichen with the new update. It just... because on 1.17 it was really cool, but now it actually helps to prevent mob spawning. And you can just have really just like small little kind of bits of light around the place with lichen, and it's just really cool for doing like ruins and things. I like that, just the little patches of light now. That looks really good. Our tree looks super vibrant at night with shaders. I like that a lot. I actually really like this tree. I really like how this turned out. It's kind of weird in the fact that I've mixed in a lot of stuff. Oh, good man. I'm just wrapping up, so I'm gonna finish in the next like 10 minutes anyway. Have a good day, man. Yeah, I really like those little like sparkles of light with the shaders on. I think that's really nice, and it'll add like a little bit of nice texture as well. I'm really happy with what we've achieved tonight, guys. I'm really happy with this. I think it looks awesome. Let's take the shaders off. And then let's jump back over to here. Let's actually go to OBS. There we go. I hope you have enjoyed the stream, guys. I streamed for a lot longer than I usually do. I usually stream for about 3 hours, and we're very close to 5. But I've had a great time. We've just chilled out, done some landscaping, some interiors, some building, a little bit of everything, really. We've talked about a lot of stuff. We've talked about art and passion and hobbies and mental health and just streaming and everything in general. We've had a lot of really good conversations, just chatting, and I very much just like word vomited all over the place. But it's been a really enjoyable stream. I hope you guys have enjoyed it too. If you haven't, I would love it if you could hit that follow button. It means the world to me. And it also means Twitch will notify you when I'm live, and you get to join the Laffy family. I do have social media, so I have a Discord, I have Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and I post different things to each. Instagram, I tend to post like finished projects that I'm working on. Facebook, I'll do like progress shots. Twitter, I'll do everything and anything. And Discord, we hang out on, we do polls. We currently have a poll up for the new survival world we're going to start on Monday, of whether it's going to be hardcore or regular, because we lost our hardcore world last night. So I would love it if you can give me a follow me on social media. I do upload all the VODs to my YouTube channel as well, so if you want to check that out for some extra laughy. If you want to look back at all the other videos of this series of the Gothic village transformation, they're all up there on my YouTube channel. I do have a playlist set up for that as well. But I love you all with the bottom of my heart. I hope that I was able to give you a reason to smile today, at least a little bit. I hope I could bring a little bit of joy to the interesting times we find ourselves in. And I want you all to sleep well, hydrate, stretch, go for a walk. And just, if you're able to, of course, and just be you. Every single one of you, I just want you to be you. Be happy and healthy to the best that you can. I'm not going to stream on the weekend, so I'll be off the next 2 days, but I will be back on Monday to start a new survival world with you all. Make sure to jump on the Discord to have your say on whether or not we do regular survival or hardcore. But I love you all to the bottom of my heart. I wish you all the very best night. I love you all.